always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Your fantasy draft is here. The Smack Talk is starting, and this season, ESPN Bet is giving you more ways to ride with your squad. Introducing ESPN Bet Fan Center, where you can instantly link and bet on your fantasy teams right in the ESPN Bet app. An enhanced sports betting experience only from ESPN Bet, the sports book for sports fans. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, doing business as Jackson Burkett and Movie Boy, Doug. Okay. He is over there on the ones and twos. You're welcome to get involved on said program by texting in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-974-0101. And then hop on into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, where Doug's Massive Gong, the TMA remote lamp, Jake and St. Genevieve, MD 2020, Joey Vitale's Gooner module, and Tanner's skid marks. We're all talking with John Scores already, Doug. They were waiting for us. They're talking about it, and they love it.
Okay. Well, they shouldn't be waiting for us. They just shouldn't be.
Why not?
Well, there's no reason to wait for me because I'm not going to be much good to you today.
Oh, no.
Not after you get shut out by the worst pitching staff in baseball.
Whoa.
I'm supposed to just bounce back.
We had Mason win on postgame last night, and my colleague Kevin Ryan said, what was Freeland doing? He goes, I don't know. I like facing him. Had some good at-bats and whatever. The out cue was whatever. In other words, they weren't that impressed, yet they didn't get it done.
No.
Whatever.
See, the Rockies have given up more than 300 runs this year than the Brewers and the Mets. More than 300 runs. We couldn't scratch even one across the dish.
Boozy's not happy.
Why?
You know Boozy at all?
Shabuzi.
No.
Same
Jackson,
guy?
you a Boozy guy?
Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah, I like his music a lot.
I didn't know you were a country music guy.
I would say he does a nice blend of R&B and country that I really enjoy.
Would you say he does a nice blend of R&B?
I guess.
Well, something like
You're the one who brought him up. I'm just trying to...
like a bar song that is a kind of remixing Tipsy.
Everybody kind of likes
Jaquan,
that.
Yeah.
Joshua, friends of the program.
Indeed. He did a song with like Big X the Plug, who's a prominent rapper.
Big X the plug.
He is going to join us at 9 o'clock.
That was a surprise.
Yeah, well, now that's been ruined. John Mozeliak is on the Stiefel dossier at 10 o'clock.
Oh, is he?
And I'll be honest with you, we're just going to scream at him.
Oh, yeah. Right from the get-go.
Martin, you tweeted out that he was going to be on the program, and I did something I rarely do, and I went to the replies.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, howdy.
Oh, is that right?
Boy, howdy. And I thought about it. We'll ask
It
him
was
if
like a town hall.
is he up for some mean tweets? The reading, I simply said he'd be on at 10 a.m. because I think last week we thought he was going to be on. So it was just a public service announcement.
Is it a secret that he's stepping down at the end of the year? Because all the replies are just like,
He needs to leave.
if it's not his resignation,
Correct.
don't have him on. It's
wow.
like, he's stepped down. He's all but
text-
stepped down.
Okay, so Martin, you posted 11 hours ago. Doug, this was 7:38 p.m.
Okay.
TMA alert with a little siren emoji. John Mozeliak, 10 a.m. on Wednesday. Black Irish writes, treat him the way he treats us fans.
Oh, gosh.
GB writes, 30 years is enough. I wouldn't promote this like it's something special, Marty. Mob fatigue is very real. Kevin Gould writes, I hope we have Cardinals Trump on afterwards for a response. Doug, who is Cardinals Trump?
I don't know who
It's
that
a
is.
parody Twitter account.
And he'll be on at 10:30.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. So we do have the response. I think that's only the right thing to do. Equal time. Will the poisoner of the well speak about the absolute destruction of the golden goose that was Cardinal baseball? That's from I'm Just Tired. Isn't that one of our drops?
Ooh. I'm so tired. That's the drop.
Glenn Dog, and that's two N's in Glenn. Glenn Davis, the first baseman of the Astros with Bill Duran at second and Dickie Thon at short.
Hit a lot of home runs.
To the Orioles, big contract.
I think so.
Glenn
Yeah.
Davis, he 2 ends.
I think he's two N's. Well, so is Glenn Dog, and he says unless he's announcing his resignation, I don't want to hear anything from him.
Well, he could because he is leaving. We can make him say it officially. Would you like to announce your resignation here on the air since you are leaving?
Why would a Glenn feel like he needed 2 ends?
Glenn Dog, call in.
Isn't that bogarting ends?
Oh, you want to hold Mo accountable, but you want to know why Glenn's got 2 ends?
Yes, you don't need it. It's unnecessary.
Tim, did you see Kiffin's Lane, who just tweeted quite simply, it's short and sweet, just said, I hate him.
Oh, gosh.
Eric writes, with all due respect, why? Martin, you have to answer to Eric.
We have some questions. You may not like the answers, but we have questions.
I am tired.
Yeah,
Go
me
right
too.
there.
Somebody else just said, is he bringing Chaim with him? I think we'll talk quite a bit about Chaim and the succession plan.
And there's Bofades, who texts in every day that his wife left him, and he is in your comments, Martin, and says,
He's now tweeting.
my wife left me.
Yeah, he's consistent.
Bofades is on brand, whether it's text or Twitter.
I'm just continuing to scroll down in the comments. Jackson should ask him about the Denver Nuggets.
Ooh. I'm sure he has thoughts.
Hold his ass accountable, you
Okay.
cowards. That's from Zeke Zodum. That is no relationship
It
to
sounds
Deke
related.
Dodum.
I don't know.
Yeah, I looked at the tweet and I was like, boy, that's a lot of replies. And Yeah, I was handsomely rewarded.
And the tweet was said without comment, just that he'll be on. But according to a lot of the reaction there, if we could look at the ratings, if Tommy Manor could tell us maybe a week or two from now, was there a precipitous dip at 10? Oh, my God. Or will there be a phenomena that we talked about yesterday? Will there be some hate listening when Mo is on at 10 o'clock?
Oh, yeah.
But there are topics to get to.
10 o'clock, John Mozeliak on the program, Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email of the day coming your way at 10:45. So there is your Stiefel dossier for August 13th, 2025. Get involved in the program, a wide variety of ways to do so. I mentioned the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And you can compete with the legends of the game, such as Buck Swope, who is leading, the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom, Kevin Miller, listener to be named later, Bill Riley, and, of course, Midge.
Okay. And we don't know what Midge is short for?
Jackson was speculating Margaret.
Yeah, I was. That's a tough one. Midge, yes, is a commonly used nickname for Margaret.
There you go.
Okay.
So 40% of the leaderboard is female. That's awesome. It's fun. It's fun.
There's
It's
not
fun
a
to
gal
show
in the group.
the
Not a
diversity of the audience.
There's not a gal in the group.
A midge, the definition of midge is a small two-winged fly.
Ooh.
Second definition, a small person, which sounds like it's an
Here we
abbreviation.
go. I already know it's coming. I already know it's coming. I'm doing my best. I'm getting the surgery.
Oh, he thought that was aimed at you.
Damn right I did.
Oh,
Doug, I hope you're sitting down.
I am.
I know a Chad with 2 Ds. That's from Caller Ellen.
why?
Now Doug's going to be gone. I mean, the
the purpose
3-0
of
loss
it?
was bad enough.
Why? Why are we wasting letters like that? Should I be D-O-U-G-G?
Not
Yeah,
bad.
why
Not
not?
bad at all.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
V-A-U-G-H-N-N. Look at me. I just don't care for it. I just don't think it's necessary.
What about Jeff with a G?
I don't care for it. G-E-O-F-F? No, it's
Yeah,
Joff.
that really bothers Doug. Might bother him more than damn near anything is that spelling. It is pretty wild how many fans do not know that this is his last year. It makes me think if they truly rebuilt that it may not go over as well as I think. That's from Alan Dadeville, fan of Hills with Lil Billies. Doug, he loves Georgia, and he loves the Hillbillies.
The Hills with Little
Remember
Billies.
Hillbilly Jim? He was a wrestler in a WWF era, and he just came out with overalls and a straw hat. And he would beat the hell out of you.
Sounds like a snootful.
Yeah.
And he was probably from Naperville, and they said, here's the deal. Put on a straw hat, get a little bit of a twang going. Here's your thing. Because of Tim's early reference to Glenn Davis,
Yes.
now, I've now gone into a deep dive because it was Glenn Robinson, the big dog. Was he 2 ends? He was 2 ends.
Was he?
Glenn
Purdue.
Davis, the basketball player.
Big baby?
Big baby, 1 end.
Yeah, I thought so.
You only need one.
Well, big dog got 2.
Glenn's Cafe in Columbia. It's at the Tiger Hotel. 2 ends.
Why?
No, but they have a Bloody Mary with a whole piece of fried chicken on it.
Ooh, Bill.
Yeah, Bill is
A
right.
Bloody Mary drink with a piece of fried chicken on
Yeah,
it?
and like bacon. That is like a full-on piece of bacon. It's wild.
Piece of bacon?
Be a chicken and bacon all up in this Bloody Mary.
You ever seen that, Doug? In a Bloody Mary, there's one in Milwaukee. Is it Sobelman's? They've got a cheeseburger on like a plastic toothpick. It's quite a treat.
This is a piece of fried chicken?
You ever had a Bloody Mary?
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
No, I'm not either. I don't care for tomato juice. But with a piece of fried chicken stuck to it?
Yeah, why not?
Tim, now they're correcting me. Hillbilly Jim was from Kentucky.
Martin will be issuing an apology.
Take some time away.
He was billed from Mudlick, Kentucky.
Mudlick. Sure. That's easily believable.
Larry Nickel will be calling in to
Again?
go on about Hillbilly Jim, and I do believe there is actually a town called Mudlick, Doug. No, there is. I can confirm.
And I'm sure that's exactly where he was from. I remember the old days of wrestling at the Chase. They had a guy named Rufus R. Jones. And one day he'd be from Boston, and the next time they introduced him, he'd be from Amarillo, Texas. Confused the hell out of me. I don't know why it concerned me so much. I was 6, 7 years old. And I'm saying, which is it? Is it Boston or is it Amarillo?
I remember you saying that sometimes people would be from parts unknown.
Yeah. Usually guys with a mask on. Yeah. Couldn't identify their whereabouts.
Painted. The missing link would be one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Maybe they thought their audience was easily duped.
Oh, no. If I'm not
May have been the case.
Was it the missing link who would spit the green mist at his opponents? Oh, Martin, when that green mist came out, it was up for snatch grabs.
Like a Mr. Misty?
Like a Mr. Misty. Like you get the green mist in your eyes, shut her down.
Yeah. You just what you have to do is just start punching over your head. You punch someone like he's 8 feet tall. It's the natural reaction of being blinded.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat says, wouldn't it be great if Mo came on and said succession plan is actually going to take another year? The B-Fibs would be heading for the Poplar Street Bridge. That's from the Doggies season ticket holder in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Just yesterday, we got a whiff of optimism with a nice win over the Rockies, and now we're back to wanting everyone dead. One more loss, they want them all out. Everybody. That's how the tide turns.
I do enjoy these kinds of interviews because you already know you've lost. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But it will be amusing to read the comments as it goes. So John Mozeliak will be with us at 10 o'clock. Come on in. The water is warm. Or go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast, and you can do so at tmastl.com, 101espn.com, the TMASTL app, and go back and watch it on YouTube. It's all brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, you know anything about Schaefer Door Company? I think you do. I believe you do.
Well, I'm sure. I've had them out to my house when the garage door went bad. The best thing is they've got that Monday morning standby service. For whatever reason, it seems that when garage doors go sour, it happens more often than not on the weekend, and Schaefer Door understands that, and they've got a staff standing by on Monday morning to get you taken care of, because you got to get out of the garage door. You got to get to work, right? They also service commercial doors. If you're on a business or warehouse and have those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. Let me go ahead and spell Schaefer for you, because there seems to be some confusion. S-C-H-A-E-F-E-R. Only one F in Schaefer. Business has multiple family members that work there, big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough to talk with a person when you have a phone call and you got a question. There'll be a person right there to take care of you. Service techs are not commission-based. As I said, I've had them out to my house. They just do fabulous work. Great people. Jason Gossero, wonderful guy, friend of the show. He will take care of you, or one of his technicians, happy to get out to your house and take care of you anytime you have a garage door issue. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. The website is schaeferdoor.com.
Martin, Yasiel, the boy Puig, has been holding you accountable for the last week or so regarding John Mozeliak's appearance. I guess I don't want to speak for Yasiel, the boy Puig, but he texted in daily, you guys getting mowed today, and I don't know if that's because he didn't think you were being true. I don't know what the reasoning was. I just know he would keep asking it. And then today, it's 7:13, Yasiel, the boy Puig, now that he is coming on, says, speaking of being duped, you guys listened to your 7 o'clock hour yesterday. No wonder he finally agreed to come on. What? And I was a host of the program. I'm trying to remember what we talked about in the 7 o'clock hour that we were duped by. Jackson, you have a wonderful memory. You're 27 years old. You're strapping. What do you have?
I am strapping. Thank you for saying that, Tim.
I don't know how strapping.
I think there was
Did
discussion.
You push your chest out?
You did? You notice that?
As you started to talk,
Yeah,
I felt like
little boy A-cups.
You heard the word strapping, and I saw him kind of flex up. I think maybe it was subconscious.
I'm saying it with my chest, I'm full stop. Believe when Doug was unfortunately sitting in traffic, me, Martin, and Tim were talking about, we understand the idea of being for the Cardinals kind of falling off to cement their position as sellers, but now that we're post-deadline, not rooting for these guys seems kind of silly. Like not wanting young players to do well, the team doing well.
I recall doing a Gallup poll yesterday and asking people what their mindset was.
Right.
But I don't think that's what he's talking about. I'm just trying to figure out what we were duped by. But I apologize if nobody knows then that
Well,
was
I think
that
what
was-
he's
that was bad
saying is you
crowdsourcing.
guys were sucking up and saying the Cardinals. You were.
But that's not what
I know, but that's
my
what he's-
position has been. They don't have the pitching, and I don't expect them to do anything. But baseball's postseason being what it's being, anybody can show up. And like the Dodgers beat. Doug was asking about that yesterday. Didn't the Pirates beat the Dodgers? And I said, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, they beat them all 6 games they played last year. So that's why I constantly complain about the baseball postseason. If you're going to play 162 games and then just have yourself a little best-of-3 tournament after you play for 6 months, it seems relatively worthless. That's what irritates me as a longtime baseball fan. But that is the system. Hey, I like college football and having a playoff, so, it cuts both ways. But I'm not sure. Yasiel Boy Puig call in.
But I think what he's saying, whether it's accurate or not, is saying you sucked up enough and then he agreed to come on.
So he was not going to come on until
Correct.
I announced that I thought the Cardinals were the best team in baseball and would win the World
Yes.
Series. Okay. I follow.
Play that drop, Jackson, if you would. Hey, Mo, I don't know if you heard the 7 o'clock yesterday, but...
Yeah, hopefully you'll come on. This show's success has always been based on getting guests. You can call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text line. And, of course, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Doug, it is odd weather, actually. Some areas of the city yesterday hit hard with storms, and others just dry as can be.
Yeah.
Very strange. But this weekend, here comes the heat again, and it will be in the mid-90s on Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday. And then some storms come through to cool things off. But it will be hot. If you are dealing with any issues with your heating and cooling system, Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at designairservice.com, the official HVAC provider of TMA and the longest-running sponsor here on the program. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. They were at Doug's house this weekend when your air conditioning went out. They have been to my place and Martin's place, and we recommend them going to your place should you run into any issues. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his staff, and Doug really likes Larry the Silver Fox.
Well, I've not met Larry. I've heard tell of him. I've heard tell.
It's an urban myth
I did
at
see
this
the
point.
Dashing
Yeah, I
Steve.
think so.
Yeah, I saw the Dashing Steve was at my house. But you might get lucky and get the Silver Fox, Larry.
Design Air online at designairservice.com. With this heat wave coming through town, you run into problems. That's what you do. Just designairservice.com. They will be out there. No upselling. It's the longest running sponsor on TMA. It is 7:18 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It's called TMA. The time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. Doug, is this your guy Shabuzi?
I believe it is.
Yeah. Fun little tune.
Mm-hmm.
You can't call Jackson strapped, Tim. Strapped men iron their shirts and carry their 7-iron 200 yards. That's from Marsh's college program. Or is it collage program? Marsh does some collaging?
What would be involved in collage? Is that just taking like Polaroid photos and gluing them on corkboard?
Like a serial killer?
Yeah, that does seem a little in the modern era. It seems like that would be pretty creepy.
Seems like an odd little thing to be doing.
Having Polaroids still, although I think those they have some vintage camp to them.
Nobody still takes Polaroids, do they?
I think for artsy reasons they would.
Oh, for collage reasons.
Indeed.
Shabuzi sucks. That's American in the Central West End, and he is
Boy.
not happy with the return music this morning, Jackson. And what is the music theme?
Oh, well, we just mentioned Shabuzi at the first segment. So
There you go. It's who we mention.
kind of.
All right. I'd like to mention New Edition.
Perfect.
Nice.
Makes my job easier.
I just created
Now we have a theme.
music theme. You can get involved on the program. It's called TMA. And we read text from Friends of the Feather at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And listeners gather, and they watch the program at youtube.com/TMA STL. Lex Luthor's talking to Professor Roy Hinckley, who's talking to Joey Vitale's Gooner module. And then there's Rocchio's hostage negotiator. And poor Matt Rocchio is still being held hostage. And Rocchio's hostage negotiator is doing a wonderful job, though, trying to get him liberated.
Why was he held hostage?
Jackson?
Somebody needed a tuba player?
It might be like a soft hostage situation.
Soft hostage.
Like the person holding it would be like, "Now don't you leave," and wags their finger, but there's no real
And
like.
he just sits there afraid
but like leaves and comes back, kind of thing.
Okay.
Rocchio could talk his way out of being a hostage.
Like the
He's
guy,
a hostage trustee.
like the guy who's in jail in Andy Griffith's show. It's like he
Otis.
kind of Otis.
he knew where the keys were. He'd let himself out and go
comes
to the
and goes.
bathroom.
Otis Campbell.
but
Yeah.
still technically incarcerated. You know.
Did you just know Otis's last name, Doug?
Campbell.
How
Yeah.
did you know that?
It's impressive. Nice show, Press.
Watched a lot of Andy Griffith.
Yeah.
Doug, with the loss last night, the Reds win. Here is your state of the wild card. Cardinals 4 back of the Mets, who also won, ending their losing streak. 2 now back of the Reds. A game and a half ahead of the Giants. And 2.5 games ahead of the Diamondbacks. The Cardinals losing to the Rockies has many friends irritated this fine morning, August 13th, 2025. Jackson, what do you have audio-wise from last night's festivities at Busch Stadium?
Well, I got some audio from Cardinal manager Ali Marmol.
Okay.
You stretching?
This is
There's sounds. You hear the sounds?
I do. I
So,
heard
Tim,
some
the
groaning.
question was, do you have any sound from the... And then Jack says, oh, yeah, they played the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah.
It was held at Busch Stadium, which is located in downtown St. Louis. And, like, stretching.
Here's Ali Marmol on the loss and getting shut out.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of looking at this the 2 different ways. One, I don't think he should be able to get through our lineup the way he did and be that effective. So I'll start with that. But at the same time, to throw 7 1/3 with 2 punch-outs and no runs, a lot has to go your way. So I do feel like we took some pretty good swings and nothing to show for it. I mean, it's just nothing kind of fell, and that can get you going a little bit when all of them find glove. It's tough to kind of feel good about it. We should have done a better job, but a lot did go his way.
Yeah, they made some great defensive plays behind him. They did do that.
I think it was 15 of the 17 hardest hit balls were by the Cardinals last night.
A lot of ground balls.
Yeah.
Well, the old saying for the Rockies is you can't lose them all. And they had lost enough. It was about time they just snuck through and won one. They hadn't had a shutout in over 200-some-odd games.
Their catcher, Hunter Goodman, couldn't throw one of us out trying to steal second base, but boy,
Pretty
he
hitter,
hits.
yeah.
He hits. That was his 23rd home run last night.
He'd lead the Cardinals by
By
a
a
good
lot.
stretch.
Yeah, by a lot.
Katie Wu tweeted out, is this bad information, Martin? That the Colorado shut out St. Louis twice this season. Colorado also has 2 total shutout wins this season. You do the math.
I thought they announced, I thought Chip said it'd been over 200-some-odd games since they'd had a shutout.
No, when they shut out the Cardinals last, it was like the longest active streak
from team to team.
Shutouts of
But that wouldn't
they hadn't
fit
shut out a
with-
team in like 2 years, and the Cardinals were the one they shut out, and that was a few weeks ago or a month ago.
Oh, when they did do it 2 weeks ago.
In
now,
Denver.
okay, now
In
they've done
Denver.
it twice. You're saying when they did it then, that ended the stretch.
Yes.
I misunderstood. Chip Carey went to Parkway West, and their Mount Rushmore
Longhorns?
includes Blaine Gabbert, of course,
Stone Phillips.
and Scotty Highmark. Is that it?
We need one more to get
Oh,
across the
there's-
finish line.
Well, we have, that's 4, right? Chip Carey, Blaine Gabbert, Stone Phillips, Scott Highmark.
Yep, nice Mount Rushmore.
And I would like to include a female and Susie, who has her own business and is Alumni of the Year in 2014.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
So we have 5 on the Mount Rushmore.
There's probably someone we're not.
Stone Phillips going to
Remembering.
Parkway West is about as random as it gets.
Really good quarterback. He's a really good.
Was he?
athlete. Yeah. He was a year or
Do you-
two.
do you
year
remember
or two
him?
ahead of me. I do remember him because he was so good back then. He kind of disappeared from the national
Yes.
media though, because he was at the way up there with NBC. He was one of their big stars.
If Colorado wins tonight, 12.5% of their wins will be from the Cardinals. LOL. Doug, that's boozy, not shaboozy.
Okay.
That's tough.
Well, it will be rough if the Cardinals miss out on a wild card spot by a game or two and know just how poorly they performed against the worst team in modern history.
He didn't do the job. It wasn't anything I did wrong. He didn't do the job.
Although it may not be the worst team. I think the White Sox set the record last year, didn't they, with 121 losses?
Yeah, they're right there. It's going to be close, Doug, if they can catch
Be a
it.
fun battle.
I don't think the Rockies are going to get there.
I need the White Sox to get 9 more wins to cover my over bet for the season. It'll be a sweat.
9 more with a little
Doesn't
less
matter.
than 2 months.
It doesn't- I'm saying it more than a month and a half-ish.
Yeah, I was rounding down hard there.
Yeah, it'll put. They win 36.7% of their games. The math is in my favor, and I had the Cardinal over at 76.5. I feel good about that one.
Yeah.
If it were 84.5, that might put the man to the test. That's probably going to be in the range when it's all said and done.
And the Brewers are kind of playing like we thought the Dodgers would play. They're on an incredible run. 31 games over 500 now, 11 wins in a row. They beat Paul Skeens and the Pirates last night, 14-0.
Unbelievable.
They're 26-4 over their last 30.
Jeez.
26-4. Here's a question. Are they a bit like the 99 Rams in that great season, unbelievable, and not from start to finish, but of late, but nobody expected the Rams. I remember that postseason. Everybody said, well, that's cute.
Oh, is that right? Really? That was
I
the
feel
mindset?
that- I feel that was...
like nationally or
Yes.
locally? Because I
think,
was bringing the heat in Little Rock.
I feel that nationally, even they said, well, that was great. This team's fun, man, but I don't know. Can they win?
Boy,
You know?
really? I thought I was under the impression that it was just a machine and it was understood. If anything, it was a surprise that they were losing at the half against the Vikings, and obviously the way the game script went against the Buccaneers. So that I didn't know.
I felt nationally.
Yeah.
I think people thought, well, it's a great story, but not going to win the Super Bowl.
Well, we showed them.
Well, and I'm thinking the Brewers isn't the national buzz right now saying, great story, cute. Isn't that cute what they're doing? But nobody believes that they're going to carry it through into October.
If they were to win at the same pace that they are winning right now, which is 63% of their games, they would finish with approximately 103 wins. So you talk about a 100-plus win team, that catches your attention. The 2004 Cardinals, a team that I think most Cardinal fans consider the best regular season team, and maybe the best team in general of their lifetimes, 105. So to give you some context on that. But yes, as we have pointed out when we talk about the Brewers, they are still not the favorite to win the World Series, although the numbers are getting shorter with each passing day. The Dodgers are still the favorite. And right now, for the record, the Dodgers would be the team that would play the 6th seed in the National League, as they are currently 3rd of the 3 division leaders. They are behind the Phillies and, of course, the Brewers, who are the best team in baseball.
And the Padres are now tied with the Dodgers for first.
Beware Mike Schilt in the hot seat, Doug.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Jackson says his job is a little wobbly right now,
He's
but
feeling the heat. Here's something for you.
how bummed out would he be if he were to win the division and then get fired out there?
2021, my man. The Brewers been around since 1969, have the third least playoff wins in Major League Baseball history with 22.
Can I hear that again, if you please, sir?
The Milwaukee Brewers, first the Seattle Pilots, then the Milwaukee Brewers in 1970, have the third least amount of playoff wins in Major League Baseball history with 22.
For all teams that have ever played or just currently playing?
Teams that are currently still active Major League Ball.
So now we got to figure out the two that have fewer.
Yeah.
One of them wins, fewer postseason wins since 70?
Postseason wins,
or just ever
in franchise history.
Colorado Rockies.
That is number one. They have 10 total wins.
That's an insta ship. And by the way, I don't see that changing anytime soon. And that's got nothing to do with their currents. It's just they're never going to be able to get pitching there.
Would it be the Nationals?
No, sir. Nationals are 6th. I think that World Series win in 19 really
added those numbers.
Ruined them.
Least postseason wins. Is that the list?
Yeah.
Seattle's on there.
Seattle is number 2.
I was about to say, the Mariners had that great 2001 season, but it ended in the ALCS.
Yep. And then, kind of shockingly, number 4 is a team with 2 World Series championships.
Marlins.
Yeah, 24.
And where are the Cardinals? On this little list of yours.
The list only goes to 25 unless I want to pay some money.
Oh.
But I
got you to 25,
I could
like, I'm
imagine
good.
there's top 3 or 4 most playoff wins.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Because when the postseason expanded in the mid-'90s, the Cardinals were, regulars and only lost LDSs in the first decade, despite being in the postseason in 7 of the 10 years, in 3 of them. So that means for sure they were getting 3 wins in 2000, 2002, 2004, 2005, 2006. So you pad it there, and then you go to all those LCSs in 2011, 12, 13, and 14, plus another one in 19. You're padding that stat. I would think the Cardinals would probably. I would think the Cardinals would possibly be top 2.
Yeah, Dodgers,
3,
Yankees,
Chairman,
Cardinals.
Chairman saying 3.
3 is
Yankees.
Yankees for sure, but then it's a matter of Dodgers, Cardinals, or Giants.
No, can't be. Yeah, no, it's not the Giants.
How far back are we going?
Forever.
So what was the list?
Forever. Was that Michael Squint's Palladaro?
I don't know.
Sandlot?
I don't know.
And he hooked up with Wendy Peppercorn?
Well,
he sure did.
Yeah.
What's the list of least wins? What's the top 5? Did you give the top 5?
I did. It was.
Was I here?
Yeah, you were. Rockies, Mariners, Brewers, Marlins, and then San Diego Padres.
All right.
Yeah, Cardinals third most.
Behind the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Yes, sir.
Morning.
I wouldn't be surprised if Shilty and Jackie Papers both hate dogs. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville. Mike Schilt lumped in with Jackson.
I don't know what his thoughts on
You think
dogs
he's
are.
going to be fired?
Well, at the beginning of the season, I thought he might be on the hot seat only because the Padres seem to be in like a weird spot just generally with their franchise. They've spent a lot of money over the last couple of years, and they're taking out loans. Their GM is incredibly aggressive. I don't know. I was operating on the chaos factor.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But in hindsight, pretty goofy take.
That's not the way you do broadcasting, sir. You double down and you move the goal line.
I'm trying to start a revolution.
Hey, AJ Preller is doing everything he can. If this guy can't win with the players he's been handed, then he might have to go. There you go.
That's a nice spin.
Hey, guys, I don't mean to get you off track, but Tim was the first person I ever followed on Twitter. Hashtag him. Doug, that's from Jonathan Mardukas.
Hashtag him?
Jackson, what does hashtag
Is that
him
his
mean?
pronouns?
No, so when someone's saying I'm him, it's being
Have
like,
you ever said, I am him?
Hell no.
I'm him, like I am the one, I am the best. Or if it's referring to another person, they would say he's him.
Broke the gong.
He broke the gong again. You're not
Another
him.
Staple.
Is there a gong
Broken
repair shop?
gong.
Yeah. Curtin, you know, one of those staples.
Look at that thing.
Jeremy
Do
Curtis said, do it
yourself.
yourself.
Yeah, why?
Kurt's had enough.
Yeah.
It's probably answering those calls all day.
It'll make a man
Just
out of you.
getting berated.
You can call in and make a man out of Kurt. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Then you can talk it over and make a man out of a lot of men because they're in there, Doug, and there's more than 200 of them. Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes is talking to the player to be named later, who's talking to Lex Luthor, who's talking to Too Fat to Kayak, and he's talking to Jeremy Hodge. They're all in there, Doug, and they're all talking it over at youtube.com/TMASTL. That is brought to you by Michelob Ultra with 95 calories and 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Getting out with some friends. Enjoy Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Sponsor of the Dotem earlier this year. And we have another golf tournament coming up later this year. It's all presented to you by Michelob Ultra. Sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. Your Stiefel dossier will feature John Mozeliak joining us at 10 o'clock. And then at 10:15, we will be accused of rights holding and kissing his ass and the media in the town being soft. And then at 10:45, we will read Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day emails, which will probably have a similar sentiment as well. There is your Stiefel dossier. The program is called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals lose to the tune of 3-0 at the hands of the Colorado Rockies last evening. They will try to win the series today with a day game against the Rockies. 1:15 first pitch. Michael McGreevy toned the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, I wished new addition into our return music for Stiefel Dossier segment 7-3 here on the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's 101 ESPN and on YouTube. TMA STL is the channel where 6,050 friends have subscribed to the TMA STL YouTube channel. And, well, why? Each morning they talk it over.
And you like to say why?
I think it's folksy.
I think it is.
Folksy.
I think it is very folksy.
I love New Edition. I've made no secret of that. But I don't recognize that song.
Well, it's interesting you said secret there because that song's called My Secret.
Wow.
And then in parentheses, Didja, spelled Didja, no space. Get it yet? Question mark and parentheses.
Okay.
How's that treat you, Doug?
Was that a big hit? Wasn't a big hit.
I can't speak to that. Song came out probably inside of a decade before my birth, but not positive.
Okay.
Greg Amsinger of MLB Network and St. John the Baptist in Dutchtown, and that's the real South City. This was a TikTok thing, Jackson.
Yes, it was.
And it looks like he's sitting at like a lounge.
Yes, like a...
I kind of like it. Doug, would you say speakeasy?
I think I would, yeah.
And he gave this assessment of the Cardinals making the wild card.
Of these three teams, it's the St. Louis Cardinals that will eventually win the third and final NL wildcard spot. Number 7, strength of schedule. Of the three teams, the Cardinals have the easiest remaining schedule. The New York Mets have the 9th hardest. The Cincinnati Reds have the most difficult remaining schedule in the entire sport. Number 6, Jordan Walker is emerging. Do you know since July 20th, this guy's hitting over 320. This 23-year-old is quickly reminding us that he's the most talented player on the entire team. Number 5, believe it or not, the bullpen is still kind of intact. I get it. Ryan Helsley's great. Steven Matz, a very effective lefty. Phil Maton found it again in his 1 year in St. Louis. They're all gone. They traded him away. But when you think about O'Brien and Leahy and Romero, look at their numbers. This trio in the back end's pretty damn good. Number 4, the Reds, their offense is the National League version of the Texas Rangers. Just when you think they're about to take off, they get dominated by Taijuan Walker of the Philadelphia Phillies, which happened on Monday night. The Jekyll and Hyde lineup of the Cincinnati Reds is a big reason why St. Louis is going to get in.
Bat crack.
Huh, where was the bat crack? Where was
Jackson added it by saying bat crack.
Okay.
My apologies.
It's like, pow, bam. I like when a guy has a debate or a discussion with the imaginary person. Listen, I get it, okay? Yeah, I know the bullpen's been beat up. I enjoy that dynamic when you're debating things and there's no one else in the room. Oh, there's
okay, now we know he's done talking.
At least he leaned on some data.
Yeah. One thing I agree with is that the bullpen is still pretty good.
Yeah.
They're getting good work out of those guys. Swanson last night was very good.
It's become evident, however, that Matthew Liberatore cannot pitch deep into games. It's the 4th straight game where he didn't go 5 innings. It's been about a 4-inning start for the last month.
And it's a velocity issue. And so, the centerpiece of the discussion regarding the 2025 Cardinals, if you're focused strictly on the roster, would be the starting rotation. As we were saying yesterday, that if the Cardinals were to get in one of those best-of-3 series, it's unanimous that Sonny Gray would get the ball, assuming you would have the ability to do that. You never know how the schedule would play out and his usage. Maybe he has to start the final game of the season against the Cubs, and you wouldn't have that option. But if you did have the option, it'd be Gray, and we said, right, Liberatore would be 2. But Ali Marmol, following the game, talked about his situation, and Liberatore himself talked about his velocity drop and how after 3 scoreless innings, he breezed through. He was yanked from the game because he knew he just wasn't hitting his numbers. The arm is tired. Here is the reaction to Liberatore.
He lost velo at about pitch 40 last time. He was able to hold for an extra 25, 30 pitches this time, right around 70. So that's actually a good thing. Obviously, you want him to get through 5, get through 6 innings, and that's kind of your barometer of if it went well or not. But it's more so how many pitches can you go with holding it. And we had a pretty good increase from 40 to 70 today, so we feel good about that. This is the best he's felt going into the start. So we'll see how he recovers, have another conversation, and move from there.
No, nice pitch. Nice pitch.
I feel like we're getting close to them shutting him down. I think just from innings, and they'll say, hey, he's had a lot of work. He's done a good job.
Really?
I just feel like at some point here.
So, I mean, I'm operating on the premise that it is likely they win today. I mean, that's not saying the Cardinals will win. They were minus 200 to win last night. They didn't win. But if you're operating on just strictly what the math is, I think people around baseball, probably including some guys who are at the hotel right now getting ready to pack up for Denver, would agree it's likely that the Cardinals win the game. So then if you do the thing where you react to every game in a, micro viewpoint, then people are back on a high going into the Yankee series. It's fine, whatever. Point being, Martin, he's not taking the ball again until next week when they head out on the road. If they were to shut him down, the Cardinals are still right around that 3 to 4 games out mark. I wonder how that would play with an already on-edge fan base.
Or maybe they flip, Leahy starts, and then Liberatore goes to the pen. Hey, we're just trying to save his arm. I just feel like at some point here, if he can only go 4 innings, and if his innings are a concern, just overall usage this year, I think they've referenced it at some point, I could see them addressing it. Maybe shutting him down is extreme, but I wouldn't rule it out. Bullpen, possibly.
If he just skipped one start, he'd have almost 10 days of rest. Maybe they'll do that.
Could you see this
got an off day
problem as an opportunity with the fan base to let someone like Quinn Matthews get a start, see what he's got at the major league level?
I feel, and I'm all for seeing the next wave.
Right.
I did advocate this, that they bring up Weatherholt, and somebody said, well, where would he play? And I said, well, you put him at center. Well, then where's Donovan? Well, then where's Gorman? Okay, never mind.
Because they're so stocked with all-stars now.
Yes. Where would you play him? But Quinn Matthews, at some point, if he continues, now I think he struggled this year, and maybe he was injured for a minute, but if he pitches well another time or two, I'd say at some point, sure, bring him up. Why not?
Now, when Greg Emsinger said that Walker was the most talented player on the roster, do you guys agree with that?
And I don't know, is he just basing that on physical tools? Is it the Dan Orlovsky 7? Are we going to go through all of the different traits?
I would say their most talented player is Mason Wynn. I think what he brings defensively at short, his ability to run, he's hitting okay.
Arm strength, we're almost to 7. Arm strength.
I think the whole package.
Footwork.
I think Wynn is your most talented player.
I think I would agree with that.
I would say this, at this moment, number one, I agree with you. Number two, I would say that I think as far as a potential ceiling goes, Walker has the higher potential because of what was thought to be the power combined with the rest of the package. But, I mean, that just hasn't been there. And I don't know if it's ever going to return.
Well, why don't you like 4 home runs?
Swing Haven board member has texted in, you guys mentioned a speakeasy. I wanted to let the listeners know that Cottleville has a speakeasy that us swingers visit on the regular. Take that, Webster Groves. That's from the Swing Haven board member, Doug, and as you know, Cottleville and Webster Groves, that is a percolating situation.
Where is this speakeasy? Is it by Frankie
It's
Martin?
A secret. That's the whole point, Doug.
That's the whole speakeasy.
Okay.
Can't discuss it.
So it's a secret. All speakeasies are secret?
I think.
You got to have a password or something to get in?
I think.
That's what we needed in Jamaica. Remember they had a speakeasy at that Sandals place? They gave us a password to get in.
And the password was Fidelio?
I think it was. Yeah.
Doug V said, if we can just get hot on August 12th, 2025, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we could stack them as high as the arch, Cards fans. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
Oh, gosh, and she's angry. She's a bull and she's angry.
By the way, Quinn Matthews turns 25 in October. So it's kind of my McGreevy argument with these guys. At some point, let's go.
He should be hitting his prime years or be in it already.
Good morning. A speakeasy in Cottleville? I would rather die. Also, do not take this as an endorsement of Webster Groves. Thank you. That's from Mr. Licks. Mr. Licks is not getting involved in that war between Cottleville and Webster Groves. Doesn't sound like he's on board with either.
Is it because Webster's south of Manchester?
Good question. Fair question.
May I join you?
That's
Is
one
that
of
how
the
people get
greatest
into the speakeasy?
No, that was someone who wanted to be a swinger, right?
Yeah, but I think it could work.
Works for a speakeasy.
Yeah.
You can text in on this war between Cottleville and Webster Groves, 314-399-9646. Talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is called The Morning After, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Ed Herman and his son Brody in yesterday, talking it over. Last week, Terry Crouppen in with his dog. Check this out, Doug Goldie.
Oh,
Goldie
nice. Yeah, well
in
said.
studio with us here. It's Brown and Crouppen. They are local, and if you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. They are here building new offices right there on the hill, and they are committed to the St. Louis area. If you are interested in working with Brown and Crouppen, you can go to brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Founded in 1979 here in St. Louis now for more than 45 years, and they are local. They know the ins and outs of your case and the local environment because they are here to work with you. You're going to get great service and great results with the winningest and kindest that you can find. It's Brown and Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers with you on the program. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Doug Moore, new edition. How can you not enjoy Ralph Tresvant's voice?
Well, I'm really enjoying it now.
Are you really?
Yeah. How old was he? 7 or 8?
Martin, wouldn't you say he was about 12?
I don't know the years on New Edition.
Gotta do more show prep around here, I think. It's TMA
show prep.
101 ESPN. The program's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Eli Drinkwitz continues his campaign for more teams to get into the college football playoff. You ever watch that Marty and McGee, Martin? Do you know who's Marty and you know who's
Smith
McGee? And he has wonderful hair?
Yeah, he was kind of a NASCAR guy.
Yeah.
That's morphed into a college football guy.
That's
but
right.
it's kind of that South DNA.
He's a meat and potatoes guy.
Kind of a reverse Marlowe.
Now, what's that
Reverse
mean?
Marlowe.
Oh, Charlie, college football guy, became NASCAR.
Now I follow you.
Marty Smith, NASCAR became
Now I
college
follow you. I think that's a wonderful
Good hair.
analogy.
Likes college football.
Yeah, Charlie also has great hair.
Yeah.
Marty's probably a solid St. Louis 9.
And then there's
Is that right? You think so? Doug, you think Marty Smith's a St. Louis
I don't
9?
think I know what he looks like.
And then
lot of
Doesn't
hair.
take much to be a St. Louis.
Is McGee an ESPN guy? It's not Willie McGee with Marty Smith.
I don't believe so.
That'd be funny.
Willis McGahee.
He
used to tote the rock.
Yeah, Miami running back.
Doug here is Eli Drinkwitz on the low percentage of teams that make it into the college football playoff.
Okay.
Is it going to be best long term for the fans in 5 years, in 10 years, that only 12% of college football is involved in a playoff? No, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be sustainable. There's 136 Division I playing football teams in college football. How do we give them the most access? And if I'm in the SEC and you're telling me, hey, what's the easiest path? An automatic, you have to win the SEC to make the playoff, or you have to be in a beauty pageant? Well, I'm not into beauty pageants. I'd rather play it on the football field. And as a competitor, I can lay my head on the pillow and say, hey, I had a chance. I had an opportunity. I'm not going to be able to lay my head on the pillow and say, I couldn't get in front of the committee and convince the jury of my peers to put me in the playoffs. It's ridiculous. And I think it's a short-sighted idea. It was decided on because we couldn't agree with this. Oh, well, let's go to 11-5. 11 teams being decided by an imperfect group of committee members sounds insane to me.
Oh, boy, hike. Well,
what's his number, though? Didn't he throw out like 32
Yeah,
or
he
something?
did, and understandably, that was met with a great deal of resistance. But and I think Eli Drinkwitz himself, has said he didn't lay it out. This was at SEC Media Days a few weeks ago, Martin, when he brought that up. And what he was saying, and I am trying to understand it, and if whether it be somebody here on the dais or in the audience wants to correct, that what they would do on Championship Saturday, both in the SEC and the Big Ten, is you would have 1 versus 2 play each other like they have, and then 3 versus 6 play each other on campus, and 4 versus 5 play each other. And the winners of those games, in addition to 1 and 2, go to the college football playoff. And so, therefore, 6 SEC teams who have the best regular season out of what is a stacked conference, and then the Big Ten doing the same thing, would then theoretically be in a playoff, but they aren't in the actual college football playoff. And that's how you would determine the 4 teams. So, therefore, if you want to look at it through the lens of it being a playoff, then you would have 12 teams in the quote-unquote playoff, even though you're playing for the right to get into the ACC, Big 12, Big 10, SEC, Group of 5 playoff. So when it was laid out that way, I followed it, I understood it, I liked it, but I think saying 30 teams was the thing that threw it off and then made people dismiss it. I also think, and this is, of course, coming from somebody who is a Missouri fan, that I don't think that he necessarily carries the credibility nationally to be the person who would get this kind of thing across the goal line. I think if a Kirby Smart were saying it, for example, it would be viewed differently. I don't think he's necessarily looked at. I think if Lane Kiffin were saying it's a similar thing. I think Lane Kiffin's kind of not viewed with the credibility perhaps as a guy like Kirby Smart, and I'm not saying it's only Kirby Smart, but also I think those who might dissent from it would go, well, of course Eli Drinkwitz wants that because he's not ever going to be in Kirby Smart's position. Missouri needs it to have 6 to get in because the likelihood of Missouri being one of the top 2 is not there. Missouri fans would immediately point to 2013 and 2014, but that's, I think, some of the pushback as well.
But you'd have the championship games just probably because of TV and revenue, you think? Like the actual SEC champion, and then maybe for a higher ranking.
And then you're playing, and then you're getting the bye.
Right. So you're playing for something.
Right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it was Dan Lanning, the head coach of Oregon, who said this bye thing is kind of like what we've talked about with baseball. When you look at the numbers, the byes have not necessarily been advantageous since Major League Baseball expanded its postseason 4 years ago. Because Lanning's team, and I think this is forgotten, had the best team last year. I mean, they were undefeated, and they had to play some damn good teams in order to get there, beating Ohio State, beating Penn State in the Big Ten championship. But then he said, man, we were sitting around for a month before we played another game. He goes, you just lose your rhythm, whereas other teams are playing. And so then it gets into, do you really want to be in that position?
What if you had the option to turn it down, like kind of deferring a kick?
Declining the bye. Drinkwitz is also an advocate, of course, for more on-campus college football playoff games. Here he is with Marty and McGee.
I think we all agree that the playoff games on campuses was awesome. Right. Correct. So great. Right. It was so awesome. Why would we not do more of that? Let's do more of that and less of traveling to Atlanta, then back to Dallas, then back to Atlanta. Like, no, let's put these games on campuses and have something tangible for these fans. We're going to need the fans. If the fans get bored with the product, you can make as much money as you want on TV, but the fans in the stands make the environment. They make what college football is all about. And we have to give them more access, in my opinion. We got to create more opportunities. And 12% of the teams making the college football playoff, like, I've been at some of these lesser teams, right? I've been fortunate, man. I was fortunate to be at NC State and Boise State and App State. If you told us, hey, here's the opportunity for you to get in, and I'm all for it. I'm at Missouri. Hey, you got to finish in the top 2. That's tough. You got to finish in the top 8. Well, guess what? We've done that the last 2 years. There's a pathway for success there.
I'm kind of agreeing with him the more he talks about it. I think it'd be more entertaining. And also, if it's the coaches and the athletic directors that will ultimately decide on this, they're likely to kind of go along with it, too, for their own job security. If they can say, hey, we got in the playoffs last year, and you're trying to protect your $8 million a year job, I think a lot of coaches and ADs might go for it.
College sports they get a lot of stuff wrong, but the on-campus playoff games, everybody agrees.
Bees knees.
Everybody agrees. That was great TV. It was great drama. And I guess the argument against it would be, well, the neutral site can be a good, kind of
neutralizer.
Yeah, and then evens the playing field. But maybe if you're the higher seed, you've earned the right. Yeah. So you can't complain about it.
I agree. I think the idea of, I get what he's saying. You don't want a committee deciding these things. You want what happens on the field to be the decider. And that's tough with so many teams being out there. But the way he presents it is I think, a viable way to do that and eliminate the need for, committees.
I don't know, and maybe there are some listeners who know where he's coming from when he's saying increase the number of games on campus. Is he just looking to be done with those trips all over the place? And therefore, the advantage is you're getting home games? That's a monster deal at that point, as opposed to the neutral site games. But then you get into the bowl conversation. Now, at this point, I think the vast majority, and by vast I mean more than 80% of college football fans, and even casual college football fans would agree, okay, anything other than the college football playoff, it's who gives a damn? So now the bowls are tied into the college football playoff. You don't celebrate winning the bowl like you did before the college football playoff. You celebrate advancing, unless it is that final championship game. So I don't know if he is advocating for those to go away. I would be surprised because there is so much money tied into it. But God, wouldn't it just be the greatest if these games were just hosted and part of your award isn't just the seeding, but the home field advantage. And that matters in college sports.
If you're adding teams, maybe you add an extra round of those home games on campus, and you could still then get to the quarterfinals where it's a Sugar Bowl or a Peach Bowl or whatever. You'd still have that for the bowls and the TV money there, but the added games would be on campus instead of that first wave. Maybe you'd have 2 waves. I'm a little worried about the student athletes, Doug. There's still a lot. That's
right, a lot of studying they have to do.
This is going to cut into some of that, but
some of those classes are pretty hard.
The final standings last year, Mizzou was 5-3 in the conference. So the top 3 were Texas, Georgia, Tennessee.
Okay.
Then Missouri, Ole Miss, Alabama, LSU, South Carolina, Texas A&M were all 5-3. Mizzou losing to South Carolina A&M, so they would not have, right head-to-head, you would not trump them. I was trying to find the final breakdown there for Missouri, in this system that he proposed, the top 6 teams last year, I don't think Missouri would be in. I don't know the ultimate tiebreaker there because there's a group of them, 6 of them that were 5-3. 2 you lost to head-to-head. So I'm not sure. I'm just wondering, like, in this scenario, what would it have looked like?
I know
last year?
I'd be wondering also if they're seeding based on conference record or on overall record.
I offered my wife to Marty Smith at Talladega back in 2016.
So we're off the subject of the college bowls, just like that.
My buddy Screech slept with a few ice heads in a porta potty outside of turn 3. No, I'm sorry, it was turn 2. Nothing gets my blood flowing more than offering my wife to hot media stars like Marty Smith. But don't hear what I am not saying. Marty ain't Tim. Doug, that is the recovering alcoholic.
Just listening and learning.
Belleville and
Marty
Webster.
ain't Tim. What's an ice head?
Clip that off. Jackson, I know you're fielding questions today.
Oh, I could go a lot of different ways with this.
Well, what is an ice head?
Drug addict.
Oh. Sorry, I don't know the drug vernacular. Why would you call a drug addict an ice head?
Recovering alcoholic, you can call in 314-974-0101 and talk it over. Just go into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talk it over with Jeremy Hodge and Adam Welly and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter.
Steve got the brow?
The brow. He had a teleprompter?
Well, didn't we all?
I don't know. At Channel 11, I feel like Uncle Rich was winging it.
Well, Martin, you're correct. I think you might be thinking of a sportscast from July 1997 when I was interning for him, and I had forgotten to print out the scripts, and he just started laughing during the commercial break and goes, I don't have any scripts. Oh, the hell with it. And he just looked at the camera and ad-libbed, and he goes, roll the video, because I know the director doesn't have any cues because my intern didn't print out the scripts.
You were hot, weren't you?
Darn right I was.
Darn right I was. There you go.
I wish he would have said, well, I got Junior over here who forgot to print this stuff, but whatever. The Cardinals win or lose, let's find out together. That's about what...
That would sum it up nicely.
Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter.
That is a nice...
That's a really deep...
That is a nice
been on for years.
Dive.
That is a nice pull in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
One of the tweets, one of the mean tweets about Mo last night.
He's joining us at 10 o'clock on the Steve Dossier, John Mozeliak.
It said, please, for the love of God, just stick to sports.
I saw that one. That was my favorite.
It was my favorite, too, because somebody obviously has listened to the program.
About 300 fans showed up here at the Spreckles Theater tonight. They had plenty to say. Now, the Spreckles, you may know, is named after a sugar magnate, but there was nothing sweet about how this forum started.
No, that's righty.
Oh, that's a man with a prompter.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
His intern didn't forget the scripts.
That's an Emmy waiting to happen. Might be a Murrow.
Just serve it up. Clear some
Spreckles. I don't think I could say it with a straight face. I'm outside the Spreckles Theater. Spreckles.
Clear off the mantle. There's more hardware coming.
2 teams, 30 teams, doesn't matter. Permanent Rose Bowl at dusk for the national title game. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack Demovic. Okay. Jackson Burkett is applauding.
Why would they get it all the time?
It's the best venue in college football for a neutral site game. That's take one. It's the...
Won't be neutral site if USC gets in.
That's fair. Prettiest...
UCLA's home stadium. You're ignoring the Bruins and Cade McDown.
I don't think they got it in them.
Well, Hills lays on scholarship, too.
And Chip Kelly was or is the coach. I can never remember who's the UCLA, and then it was
Jim Mora.
Mick Cronin.
Jim Mora.
Mick Cronin coaches basketball and football.
God, he's busy.
That
both
busy
buttons.
suit.
Yeah, both
I've
buttons.
seen that done at the high school level, never at the college.
Goofball.
Goofball. It's just a great dismissive phrase.
Isn't it? And it's soft, too, so it's not too mean.
Mm-hmm.
The sunset is just gorgeous. It looks amazing every year. Beautiful. I think it's perfect.
So therefore the college football season would be done on January 1st.
I mean, it wouldn't have to be.
But that's what Kevin's brother Jack Demoff is saying. That's the national title game.
I don't see how that could be feasible. If we're trying to expand the playoff, I don't see how January 1st could be feasible. But you can still have it at the Rose Bowl.
I'll tell you how you do it.
Okay.
You start this damn season a little earlier.
So what? So like this weekend, right?
Yes.
I'm on board with that.
And you have a little edge on the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, hey, you know what? The other sports are on the cuck chair.
Sure.
Golf's goofball championship system that no one pays attention to, including some of the guys who are playing in it. They moved their schedule up to not conflict with the NFL. College football already has playoff games going up against the NFL. That's why they had Notre Dame and Indiana playing on a Friday night. But then they had, Tennessee and Ohio State. I think they were up against an NFL game on that Saturday night. Started earlier. Whittle it down, Doug, and I would be all for it if they could wrap it up by January 1st. I mean, now it's wrapping up, I think, on a Monday night on January 22nd.
Yeah, it's late.
The Monday night stuff sucks. I can't stand that, but that's also
Are
occupational.
You worried, if you start earlier, that some of the student athletes haven't really settled into their academic curricula yet? Still going through the syllabus?
Is this rush week, too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Mackay, and whatever your favorite school is, they're either on or off campus. They're either on probation or not. There. Okay, Mizzou, Marquette's back on too after a little blemish. Deshaun Foster is the UCLA head coach. I knew he was a former player, NFL guy.
I agree with Jackson. Another good take from the youngling. That's from Steven Time.
Wow.
Thank you.
Whoa.
That's one of my favorite college football takes is that you got to preserve the Rose Bowl at sunset. That's as good as it gets.
Jackson, you ever been to the Rose Bowl? Last time I went, there were 3 car break-ins and 1 shooting in the grassy no parking lot behind the stadium. Yeah, great place. That's from the Jerkwood from Kirkwood.
Then never leave your house. Risk is everywhere.
Well, there are safer places.
Okay. All right, fine. No, only say, for sure.
So you want the game played in Huntley now.
Whatever one guy says is unsafe, then you can't play there. Yep. Anecdotal evidence. That's what we like to use. Not true. The Rose Bowl, I've never been, in fairness, but it looks awesome. It's gorgeous. Like, when you think national championship, like, if you asked 100 college football fans, they would talk about, like, the USC, Texas, Vince Young, Reggie Bush national championship played at the Rose Bowl. Like, that was super famous, and I think the venue is part of it. I think it's the best venue for a neutral site game in all of college sports.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
Do you have time for a quick take? Doug, do you have time for a quick take?
I could squeeze one in. Yeah.
This is from Marsh's burner.
Okay.
I hope Sam Horn doesn't win the starting job due to his jersey number alone. Quarterback shouldn't wear anything above the number 19. Thanks. That's from Marsh's burner.
I kind of agree with that. Don't like the 21 for my quarterback.
John Hadel was 21.
Don't care.
I think it's odd in 2025 for a quarterback to wear a number over.
So you're 19. On the Bo Pribula train now?
Yeah, whoever's the best, And honestly, the number 19.
Johnny Unitas.
That's Unitas, and I can't think of another great quarterback to wear 19.
No. Did Scott Covington wear 19?
I don't know.
Oh, boy.
He entered the Rams huddle on Monday Night Football not knowing the playbook.
Yeah. It's not an aesthetically pleasing number.
I prefer the teens. I'm okay with a 4 and a 7 for my QB, an 8. It's a fun, but something about a 12, a 14, 17. Looks quarterback-esque.
Yeah, 12 certainly does.
With that Rose Bowl take, Libby Jack is back. Move to California, boy. That's from the Starfish Street, Doug.
Oh, gosh.
That must be really tiring.
You don't even want to hear that, do you?
I don't know what they wanted me to say. Like, have you seen the Rose Bowl at sunset? It's gorgeous. But yeah, right.
But the sunset only lasts for, half an hour or so.
Yeah, but the memories are eternal.
Are they?
My wife is from L.A. and slept her way through Pepperdine. She walked the hills with Pam Lee. That's how she knows Tim is bigger than Tommy. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
Big 8 o'clock hour for a guy there.
I have a Pondoff take. I think if he would grow a beard, he would look like Mike Golick Jr. If you could maybe workshop that, Photoshop that for me.
Chiefs fans are angry, Martin, that we did not acknowledge Joe Montana wearing 19 with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. What about Bernie Kosar? Scott Mitchell wore it.
What did Montana wear with the Niners 16?
12, wasn't he?
God, the Niners, 16.
16.
The Chiefs,
you're right.
They're pointing out he went to 19.
16's a great looking number, too. I wish more quarterbacks wore 16.
I love it when Jackson gets snarky with the idiot texters, myself included. Must have goosed his smoothie with a shot of testosterone this morning. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
Yep.
Jackson, you have support.
I think it's growing each day.
Yeah.
Virile as hell over here.
Nice. This guy's virile as hell.
Yeah, we talk about goose in my smoothie with testosterone. I should start my days with more smoothies. That seems like a good start to the day.
Wow, we have two sources now in the Missouri quarterback situation. One is the Orson Woods wacko reporting that Sam Horn is going to be the starting quarterback, and now Harrison's brother Master Martin, who's on your Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, Siders is way up there. We did the early chiseling for him. He went first. Harrison's brother, Quamaine Vayukis.
The fourth.
Who hates every guest, unless it's like a former Billikens trainer.
Well, Harrison's brother Master is also reporting on the Missouri quarterback situation. Doug, I don't know how we have these sources, but
what's he got?
From what I've seen, Matt Zollers throws the best ball and looks the part. I bet he's starting by the end of the season. He's going to be a big-time player. That's Harrison's brother Master.
So he's seen a lot of the practices, is he? From what he's seen. Is he there? Is he in the room?
Do you think there's a chance that Harrison's brother Master is part of the wide receiving corps?
Or one of the coaches?
He's Marquise Johnson.
Speedy Keys?
Speedy Keys.
Harrison's brother Master, Speedy Keys?
I mean, that would be the biggest turn in TMA history. And Trump's better than Rocha's, I would think. If he was a deep threat for the Missouri Tigers.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood has issued a statement regarding the war between Webster Groves and Cottleville. I love Pondoff. He's obviously my favorite Webster Groves resident, aside from my family. But man, when I go to Olive and Oak, the people of Webster who are there are just so damn annoying. It's really pitiful. I'm not a big fan of Cottleville, but the people of Webster Groves, other than Pondoff, in my family, they're unbearable. That's from Stephen Wildwood, and it sounds like he's taking sides with Cottleville, even though he's not taking sides with Cottleville. This war is getting tough now.
Our town's not healthy enough for this kind of civil war.
We can't divide.
No, we can't. And how do you know that the people, just because they're dining at a place in Webster, doesn't mean that they have to be from Webster?
Just going to point that out.
I mean, I live in Brentwood. I could be in Webster in 8 minutes.
Humble brag right there.
I caught that.
That's kind of what I said.
You live in Brentwood. We get it.
Corridor.
Now, he does
shot.
do some appraisal work, so maybe he knows people in Webster more intimately, but I don't know.
Someone sent us Steve Gottsagen's resume. This is important.
To Denver from here.
Yeah. His industrials include jobs at Quiznos, Blue Chip Films, and sports announcer. He's 5'11", 168 pounds.
What in the hell?
Who's cranking out this info?
Additional skills, golf, 14 handicap, baseball, college, basketball, football, fitness, extensive, skiing, close to expert, event MC. I'm an excellent driver, like my actual cousin, Dustin Hoffman.
Rain Man script proposal?
His cousin is Dustin Hoffman?
That's what his resume
Martin,
says.
color me intrigued there. Surprise guest.
5 Emmy nominations.
Nice.
Voted best sports
I'm gonna
talent.
text Uncle Rick. I think that might be true.
His cousin's Dustin
We got a
Hoffman?
confirmation.
There is something.
We will workshop that. John Mozeliak will be with us. Maybe we'll ask him coming up at 10 o'clock. Personally, I'm just planning on yelling at him the whole time. I mean, that's...
He's got it coming.
Thank you. That's coming your way on the Stiefel dossier at 10 o'clock. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Martin, what do you think's going on here?
We doing some gender bending?
This is one of my favorite Bowie songs.
It's your Mount Rushmore.
Under Pressure is probably too chalk. But
Hey, if that's what you like.
it's not my favorite.
Okay, you just said, Tim's, what's your favorite? Under Pressure. Yeah, it's not my favorite.
Starman, Heroes.
What about Golden Years?
Ziggy Stardust. Let's Dance. I like those.
Modern Love was great, but then it got played so much. Get You to the Church on Time. Dun, dun, dun.
Modern Love.
Golden Years is up there.
This song,
Fame.
Starman, is used in a montage in the 2015 film The Martian with Matt Damon, and I really like that movie.
Is that what's going to be discussed this coming week's episode of Movie Boy?
Nope. Zach Kreger's new horror film, Weapons, which is doing big numbers at the box office, will be a very deep dive with my buddy Gareth.
How deep will this dive be?
About an hour and 45 minutes.
You're starting to cut it down.
Almost as long as the movie itself.
Yesterday, Riz and I are doing season 2 of Stupiris, and we shot the first couple episodes of that, and then I had a sales meeting, and then because of shooting The Spread Zone, presented to you by FanDuel today with Riz and Anthony Stalter, and a sales meeting, and then tomorrow I have to leave early. I said to Jackson, I said, hey, do you have time for QFTA? Out of nowhere, he's sitting in his little booth, his little cone of silence, and he said, sure. I said, I will cap it at a half hour. So I set an alarm to not take the man's time, because sometimes I will go 7 hours with QFTA, Doug. 7 hours with QFTA. And we capped, the alarm went off at 1:27 p.m. and I said, that'll do it. That'll do it.
There was once, this I think was back when we were at KFNS, there was a 3 hour and 12-minute one. That I think is the record.
A lot to talk about, Doug.
At a certain point, once you get past like 2.5, it becomes like, how long can you do it?
I don't think I'd talk 3 hours in a month.
Like just straight
Straight talking. If you added up all the amount of time that I'm talking, I don't think it'd get to 3 hours in a month.
Not including this presentation?
Even this presentation.
Oh. I'll take the over on it, but yeah. It's 3 hours a long time.
Oh, yeah.
But honestly, anytime I think doing podcasts or radio, like time flies by pretty quick. It's obviously dependent on what you're doing.
You ever go to the bathroom? You ever get up and leave? Bill Murray twice during Joe Rogan. Did you get up and leave when Tim's in
I think we stopped at 3 hours, 12 minutes because if we didn't, I was going to ruin the studio.
With your brine?
Indeed.
Have you thought about getting catheters so you don't need a break?
Diapers?
Gatorade bottle will do.
Patrick at Immaculata says QFTA all day, baby. Jackson, you ready for a 24-hour QFTA? See if we can do it.
Boy, a marathon like that. Need a lot of water, snacks.
A lot of horse.
Yeah,
a lot of horse.
I need a whole month of
what was that?
prescription.
You changed the skeleton.
Yeah.
Make it QFTA.
It would, yeah. Wow. 24-hour QFTA.
There would be a lot of...
It would only take like 4.
A lot of profanity. A lot of...
It'd be an audible nap for about 25 minutes.
Haven't there been guys who've like positioned themselves on a billboard and talked forever, raising money and
there's been some filibusters on the Senate floor that probably go really, really long.
Yeah, but I mean, in this business, I think there've been some radio DJs that have climbed up on billboards to raise money for a certain cause that have talked forever.
Yeah. Donnie Fandango always does his radiothon, which raises a ton of money, and it's awesome because Donnie's awesome.
Harrison's brother, Master, who is covering the Missouri quarterback situation, seeing Matt Zollers throwing, says, yeah, you're right, Doug. You don't talk enough. Remember when you big-timed me in the Jameson Club last season? I do. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
It might be Marquise Johnson.
What is the Jameson Club again?
That is at the Enterprise Center.
Okay. And
home of your St. Louis Blues.
Okay.
I know you only go to games if you have access to suites, so that of course, tracks.
Check. Uh-huh.
And you big-timed Harrison's brother, Master, who we're starting to believe is part of the Missouri football coaching staff.
Okay. And by big timing, that means what? He said hi to me, and I said hi back and kept walking?
Harrison's brother, Master, you'll have to call in 314-974-0101. You guys should do a QFTA radiothon to raise money for Tim's windshield. That's from Marsh's burner. I agree with that. $800 is lit on fire. As a rock hit me.
And I did misstate it. I called it Big Pebble.
Yeah.
And people pointed out it's actually Big Windshield.
Yeah, it's more windshield.
They're behind all of this. Jackson, I was looking up best David Bowie songs of all time. And, so, the critics get a little, what is it, just kind of obsequious or just, they try to be cute.
What was that word you just used?
Boy, I do like that. That kind of lost me.
I'm not even sure it was properly used. But
obsequious?
Critics often try and be so clever. One of the songs they list for David Bowie, 9th best song, "'Tis a Pity She Was a Whore." That's the name of
the tinsel story.
That's the name. It's the name of a song by David Bowie. Apparently, I never heard of it.
'Tis a pity she was a ewe.
Okay, I'll take a listen.
Take a listen.
We'll play that coming back here. It is TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, the TMA STL YouTube channel. The program also has this 8 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. At 10 o'clock, John Mozeliak will be joining the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. You are welcome to join the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Doug, do you know anything about Collier and Thompson? I get the sense that you do.
Well, I do. I do know that that's a place you can go because you can trust them to be in your home. You don't know who to trust nowadays to be in your home for couple weeks or whatever it takes to redo your kitchen, your bath, your basement. Collier & Thompson is a company that you can put your trust in. They've been in business since the 1950s. They have more than 165 years of experience now between their employees. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard own the place. They just do fantastic work. If you've lived in your same home maybe 10, 15 years and have never done a complete home remodel, it's time for an interior home remodeling job. When it comes that time, don't make the mistake a lot of people make. They hire their Uncle Binky to do the job because he got a B+ in shop class in 1977. You don't want to go there. Let Collier & Thompson do it the right way. The first time you'll have a kitchen, bathroom, man cave, or any other remodel that will last a lifetime. You want reviews? We've got one here from Julia. Hello, JJ. She said her bathroom had major water damage and rot in the outer walls and subfloor. The workman, Jeff, great with attention to detail and what needed to fix. He fixed everything. Heather was excellent with helping me out, picking wall and floor tile and countertops with bathroom appliances for a clean and open look in a small bathroom. Mike offered great suggestions for design. Would highly recommend using this company for kitchen and bathroom remodeling. That's from Julia. All kinds of 5-star reviews on their website. Collier & Thompson is the place to go in town if you need any remodeling done in your house. They're on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
Well, there it is. Harrison's brother Master with the follow-up. Yep, that's what happened. I said, hi, Doug. Love the short. And you looked embarrassed and said, thanks, softly. That's from Harrison's brother, Master, Missouri quarterback reporter.
Love the short.
Martin, what is love the short?
Maybe it's a typo and he meant to say, love the show. He says,
nice.
hey, Doug, love the show. And you're like, get in line. He didn't care.
That's probably what I said to him, you know.
You said thanks.
Security.
Oh, okay, so I big timed him. All right.
Any apology you want to?
I'll just take some time away and think about what I've done.
And reflect. Anytime I've run into Doug at a Blues game, he's absolutely delightful. Master, that sounds like a you problem. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Huh.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
All right.
Another softball interview with Mo, huh? That's from the 6-1. Hey, Martin, you remember he wanted to hold Miles Michaelis accountable? And I said, 618, send in your questions. And honestly, I think it was 618's question about how Miles Michaelis feels about holding back young pitchers from playing in the major leagues because he's occupying a roster spot that wound up endearing him to the audience in an interview that wound up becoming increasingly popular for Miles Michaelis. 618.
Well,
if he wants questions asked, send them in.
There's now a texter called the Sun Launcher because whenever somebody really sucks, we launch them to the sun.
And they really want us to ask mean-spirited questions of John Mozeliak?
I would like to know as much as he's willing to reveal about the Chaim Bloom relationship, transition,
trade deadline.
At the deadline. If you don't want to name the name, but let's just say a regular, everyday lineup player that's left-handed, so there could be Burleson or Newt or it could be Donovan, whatever. If an offer was made, who ultimately decides yes or no whether you trade that piece? Does Chaim Bloom get a say since it's his team moving forward? You would think so. And I don't know how much he wants to reveal, but I am intrigued at some of that. You know, if the texters had their way. Hey, Mo, why do you suck so bad? Okay, well, we can start with that. That's what you're going to get. But I would like as much detail as possible with sort of how this is working out. Now, it would be a total rights holder's take, but I think most people have looked at it and said, this is just odd, and that's my blink. How do you have a guy in charge and the other guy's kind of in charge?
Well, why would that be a rights holder take?
So my newer thought is, maybe it makes sense to have a guy who just deep dives into the minors. Let's say you name Chaim Bloom GM. He steps in. What's his job? It's the big league roster. It's every day, oh, my God, who are we calling up? What are we going to do with Arenado? Maybe there's some benefit here. I'm not saying it was their great plan, but now if Chaim Bloom takes over, he has unbelievable knowledge of who the bullpen coach is in Peoria. He knows how they do hitting in Springfield. You know what I'm saying? He's had all this time. It doesn't help your big league club in the short term, so it's depressing for the fan base. But maybe every GM would love that opportunity to get like a real deep dive into the whole organization, how they do things, what's going on at every different level, and then you take over. Instead, if you get a job, you're immediately in charge of the big league roster, and that's all you can consume yourself with. So maybe that's a rights holder take. I get it. But maybe in the end, this weird transition has some value long term. Because,
that's cute.
Because Chaim has, do you know what I'm saying? Because he's had this time at the lower levels to really dig in.
Guys, ask Mo about Buster Olney going on BK and Ferrario and saying the Bloom Mozeliak arrangement is the weirdest he's ever seen. That's from Jake, and he's in St. Genevieve. Yeah, Buster Olney was on with BK and Ferrario yesterday, and not only critical of that arrangement, Jackson. I don't know if that audio you do. Oh, God bless. Right, look at this. Look at this Jackie Papers. Straight Jackie Papers. Take a listen. Here, I was going to go into more, but here, listen to this.
One more. I think I have.
He raised his hand, Tim.
Not so much.
Oh, Doug hates it when you do a bop.
You don't have to sing the kid.
I think this is it. I don't know. I'm going to play it. If it's not,
what else could it be?
Well, it's.
Doug, I think this is Two Live Crew's Me So Horny. Was that 1989?
I don't know the years, Tim.
The clip is titled Buster Olney on how Chaim Bloom is viewed across the industry. We're going to try it.
Okay. Let's go for
Here's
it.
Buster Olney on BK Ferrario.
That he's very capable of potentially doing that, right? And I just, I mean, it is one of the strangest situations that I've ever seen with an organization where, and that's not John Mozeliak's call, that's not Chaim Bloom's call, but the way ownership has handled this, I mean, quite frankly, makes no sense. If Chaim is your guy, let Chaim go and do his work. And I don't understand, why they've landed this way, but this is where they landed, and so they go forward. From what you hear, Chaim, is down in Jupiter quite a bit. He's around the big league team sometimes. People with other organizations talk about the fact that he's really good at evaluating talent. I am going to be really curious as he goes forward what he learned from his experience in Boston. Because, and I know this is not a surprise to Chaim, if I were to tell him this, there was some criticism of him in Boston that he wasn't inclusive, that he didn't bring in people in a front office and draw them in. Here's the thing. General managers, like all of us in this industry, you have a chance to get better. You have a chance to learn and go forward day to day. And I'm curious to see how that part of Chaim evolves. And we saw at the most trade deadline, there's some general managers who clearly are not afraid to make a deal and to potentially be wrong. Dave Dombrowski is one of those. Jerry DiPoto is one of those. A.J. Preller of the Padres is one of those. The perception of Chaim and other front offices was, when he was with the Red Sox, is that he would agonize over these trades, and he would sometimes get paralyzed by that. I'm going to be really curious to see how he evolves as he takes over the Cardinals.
Oh, and that was the entire interview? No, kidding. I enjoyed that.
You got to watch on YouTube. You just got to, because if you don't, you miss so much of the unspoken word. Martin, I didn't initially catch it, implying that was too long of a soundbite, and said that was the whole interview. Papers didn't say a word, but he pursed his lips and shook his head like, how much more can I take?
He's not happy with Martin.
Trust me, that won't be forgotten.
Gosh.
Don't worry about that.
I enjoyed the clip.
It seems like it.
It didn't have a sounder. I didn't know it was over because there was no sounders. How do I know that that's the end of the clip?
I have to say, I really did enjoy the clip, and I'm being sincere because that's some insight on Bloom at the trade deadline when he was running the Red Sox organization, at least regarding the perception of his willingness to be aggressive, which I think Cardinal fans are really wanting. And unfortunately for the Cardinals, but great for St. Louis area sports fans, assuming you're a fan of both the Blues and the Cardinals, the Blues certainly are willing to be aggressive and are willing to lose. But oftentimes by being aggressive, you will come out with some home runs along the way. And I'm talking about at the trade deadline. I'm not talking in the literal sense. So, that's something I had not heard. If anything, you might think he's gun shy because of the Betts thing, but I don't know how much of the Betts thing was Chaim Bloom and the other part being the Red Sox ownership.
And those are questions we would love to talk to Chaim Bloom about. What was that time in Boston like, the Betts trade? No, that's great insight from Buster Olney, who talks to all these executives around the major leagues, and the early stance or take that it's one of the weirdest things he's ever seen. I think most people agree. I've heard from former Cardinals who've said, how does that work? And we all said, we don't know. We don't really have insight into it. But I am wondering, and I'm sure it's a rights holder pinata for people at home, but maybe Chaim Bloom is now better educated on the entire system and how the Cardinals are not stocked at the lower levels. That talent evaluator that they talk about with him, maybe he's had a chance to see some of these younger players.
Jackson, in your list of sound from that interview, one that was tweeted by 101 ESPN is Buster Olney saying that the Cardinals have a, quote, canyon of pitching they're lacking right now, which could lead to the team taking another step back before it moves forward. Is that audio there?
Not there, but I can, if it's on Twitter, I can play it from there.
Okay. In other words, this thing is, in his opinion, and I would imagine a lot of Cardinal fans' opinion, in general, is likely not close to being sustainable. Here is Buster Olney on BK and Ferrario yesterday.
I think they're going to go down before they go up because I think they're the canyon of pitching that they're lacking right now is so stark when you compare it to other teams. The numbers going into the game on Sunday night, third highest ground ball rate, second lowest strikeout rate. That's not something where you go out and sign a free agent and suddenly everything's turned around. And look, I think Chaim, from his time in Tampa Bay, he knows how to, help to build an organization from the ground up. And that takes time. And that's why I'm really curious to see how they handle those three veterans in the offseason. Sit down with Sonny Gray and say, look, we probably are not going to go in big next year. Is there a place that would be more palatable for you in the last year of your contract, to go to Wilson Contreras, try to figure out, is there a place that we can land you? Who knows, maybe Milwaukee. And Nolan Arenado, maybe you go to him and say, hey, let's figure out. I know from my conversations with executives of other teams, they think that St. Louis will be willing to eat a lot of the $42 million that's owed to Nolan after this season.
What? Don't you think they've already done that? They've talked to Gray and Contreras and Arenado. I'm sure that they've done that.
But he's saying they're going to revisit that idea. And so now they're a year in. Are you sure? It's basically saying, are you still sure you want to stick around for this?
The thing about that part of the conversation, and I realize, John Mozeliak, it would be, even though he's leaving this position, I'm not sure that he is done in the game or sports. I'm not sure that he knows if he is done in the game or sports. You can't air that out publicly. But I agree with you, Martin, and I think the audience thinks this as well. But they certainly had those conversations over the last 2 or 3 weeks leading into the trade deadline with those guys. And if anything, if they're not in a spot where they want to go at the trade deadline, where you only have to be in a spot with a team for 2 months who you already know is well in the mix, I don't know how likely it is unless you get one of your particular spots to go. Wilson Contreras at first base at that cost is not a good value for an organization from a dollar expenditure standpoint. That's just the reality. That's not a personal criticism of him. I know fans love him and his fire, I think in part because it reminds them of Yachty or Molina. But there's the business element that I understand is not popular because then it associates it with money, and then you think of billionaires, and then they should just lose money because they're billionaires, but that's not how they became billionaires. And so Wilson Contreras' deal is not going to be attractive to teams. And Wilson Contreras, at the tail end of his career, doesn't want to sit on the bench. And so I think that factors into it. The Arenado situation, wow, what a spot that is in so many different ways. The decline in offense, the contract, where he's willing to go, the organization wanting to being able to move forward but can't with that position. Then you have the awkward spot of, is he playing? Does he want to play? Where is he? What are they going to do with him? The health in general. And then Sonny Gray. I mean, next year, because they backloaded the contract, what is the number? 35, 36 is what he gets next year for a year because they backloaded it from the first couple of years. Whew. It's quite a spot. And so, now none of that has anything to do with the final, 40 or so games that the team has this year. But my point being, at the trade deadline, if those guys didn't want to go and they could be in a spot where they could go to a team that only has 2 months of games left before they're in the postseason, I don't know how likely it is that they would go at the start of the regular season, in other words, during the offseason, when they don't know what those teams would look like. And also, you weren't willing to do it at the trade deadline. So listen, I guess it can happen, of course, but if they weren't able to pull it off in the offseason with Arenado and weren't able to pull it off in the trade deadline with Arenado, I don't know what's going to change in the offseason unless the Cardinals would be willing to pick up even more on that one.
And don't you think Gray and Contreras, who have more value right now than Arenado, don't you think they would have been more likely to go if this season had just been a disaster? Like if you were 20 games under, like, all right, this is pretty miserable. And because it's not a total disaster, yeah, we're having a little bit of fun. Yeah, we win some games. I think it makes them less likely to want to leave. Had they been 20 games under, they might say, all right, I got to get out of here.
I don't know on that. I think it's a fair point. I don't know. Miles Michaelis, to me, the best part of that interview, I think the part that people really liked was when he responded to the 6-1 hates question. But we asked him about why guys don't accept trades at the deadline if their team is struggling. And he gave, I felt like it was a couple minutes worth of an answer with a wide variety of reasons. Because I think, by the way, I understand it. Fans just go, well, if you can't win this year, or if it's really unlikely that you're going to win this year, then you're not a competitor if you don't want to go compete for a championship. But the reality is these are guys who have jobs just like everybody else. I realize their compensation is absurd, and all of them that we're talking about here, when you're talking about Michaelis, Contreras, Gray, and Arenado, are set for life, and so are their children, and so are their grandchildren, and so are their great-grandchildren. And God bless them. Tip of the cap for their abilities and their work that got them to this position. But they also don't necessarily want to pick up and move and may not want to go to a different location. Or, as Michaelis said, they might just like it in a place. And so winning a championship isn't their top priority. But that can really irritate fans. So if somebody wants to be able to play the game and not sit on the bench for, like, say, the Yankees, that sucks, but I get it if you're a Cardinal fan. And I think that might be where they are with some of these guys, or all of these guys.
Yeah, I think it's very possible that we're going to see mostly the same team next year that we see right now. I mean, that's not what we want, but I think it's possible that the team is pretty close.
He also mentioned state taxes, things like that. Which you're making $18-20 million. It's surprising, but they're looking at all of those factors, and it's individual. Miles Michaelis has kind of this laid-back persona, which often rubs people the wrong way. You have another guy who might be like, all I want to do, you've heard Arenado say it, all I want to do is be on a freaking winning team. That's something he's talked about. Now, his own skill set has diminished. His numbers are down. But I just think it's individual. Each guy is going to be a little bit different. When you go to them, what motivates them to leave? And I guess Contreras even had the quote where he said, I did win. I won a World Series. So it's less of a thing on his bucket list because he did win. And for Michaelis, first of all, he's got the no trade. He's not going anywhere. going into last offseason. But I think for Sonny Gray, his value continues to go up a bit because he's pitched pretty well. They tend to win when he's out there. His numbers at this rate are going to end up being pretty decent. So there'd be a market for him. And I think that's what Buster Olney was referencing. But does he want to go? You have to almost sell him on how bad they'll be. Boy, we're going to get worse. Are you sure you want to be here? It's an odd stance from when the Cardinals used to recruit players to come here. Now the sales pitch is to leave.
Will you please? You just never know why someone won't want to leave.
Right. That's why Miles Michaelis broke it down with a variety of reasons. They're not happy with me, Doug. Choke Artist 1.6 says, boo-hoo, Tim. I don't know what I said that led to weeping, but I want to make sure I read Choke Artist 1.6 dissent from whatever it was that I said that he did not like. LOLs. Lols.
Well, when you sign veterans to these kind of contracts, it's another reminder just how important it is that you get it right, or you could pay for it for 3 or 4 years and beyond. If it keeps you from signing other players, that would help. And when you miss on a big money free agent or a guy you've traded for who makes a lot of money, you pay a severe price.
Mo will be in the studio. Just ask him. Hashtag bet you won't. That's from Moses Brown, Doug, and he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And Martin, we have just learned that he will be in studio.
Oh, wow. Is that an update?
Moses Brown.
What was the...
We invited him to be in the studio, but he is going to be on the phone. And he pointed out to me that's because they have a game at 1 o'clock.
And what was the question we were supposed to ask him? Did he say what exact question he wanted to ask?
No, I think that's the only thing Moses has...
Okay, just ask him.
People were even texting in. They were ripping on Buster Olney. I'm like, it doesn't matter.
They're not happy with Buster Olney?
A couple people said he's a fraud, he's a weasel. I'm like, man.
Hold on.
Stephen Time, by the way, said Martin deserves all the hate. He's there with you, Jackie. Stephen Time, has really turned into a Jackson Lemming.
I don't hate you, Martin.
No, this was after our little
tiff
earlier.
Well, it's all love.
Moses Brown said, all is ask is they ask Mo. Doug's going to have a problem with that. Why
Proofread.
Why do they have a gag order on Chaim Bloom? Such a simple question, but bet they won't ask. Once again, the media in this town is soft, and we're just hoping to continue to have access to the St. Louis Cardinals. Otherwise, candidly, we won't be able to feed our families.
Right. Read this dumbass text.
I know the answer to that, and Mozeliak has said it. He said he thinks it's important for an organization to have one consistent voice, that if you have multiple people at a high level saying different things, then it can backfire. Although that's happened with Ali and Mo saying opposite things in the past about Contreras and others. But in general, that has been we can ask him. I will tell you right now, that will be the answer.
Martin, would you like an anecdote that reflects this from something that has impacted this program specifically that I can tell you firsthand?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's an anecdote.
Hashtag intrigue.
Yeah, hashtag intrigue. Doug, was it 2015?
Gosh, I wish I could help you, but I just don't know the years, Tim.
When Jim Edmonds wanted to stop doing the afternoon drive show that we were doing on CBS Sports at 920. And I think he was really enjoying the exposure that came with the Real Housewives of Orange County. And Jackson with another. You got to watch the YouTube. You just got to watch the YouTube. There's a lot of tells this guy gives off.
I think Tim even left a little pause there after you said he was really enjoying that exposure.
Absolutely.
Pause.
So the show, really, the reason, I mean, obviously Jim was the reason the show was successful, but the second reason was we had a producer by the name of John Seymour who used to work at 101, but he was a producer on TMA, and he was just an incredible producer. He'd get these absurdly good guests. Obviously, they knew Jim, and they would come on the show, and then they would just talk, and it was kind of pre-podcast being the main forum for people getting these long-form conversations, so it was rare to hear guys. I remember Maddox and Dave Justice and Brett Favre and Pete Rose would be regulars on the show. It was a really unique thing. So anyway, Edmonds is leaving the show, and Isringhausen would come on the show, and he would text me sometimes and text Jim, and I said, hey, with Jim leaving the show, would you be interested in coming on and doing it and replacing Jim? And he said, yeah, I'd love to do it. So much so that I think we announced that he was doing it. And then like the day after, or the day of announcing it, he said, hey, we got a problem. Mo doesn't want me doing it because he worked for the organization. And I think he still does, if I'm not mistaken, in some kind of role, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, well, that's going to be a problem if he doesn't want you doing it. I know that's your main gig at this point. And so Mozeliak and I got on the phone, and he gave me his reasoning. He said on the business side of the organization, Bill DeWitt III talks, and on the baseball side of the organization, me and Mike at the time, Matheny, talk. And otherwise, it would be really awkward for us and something we're uncomfortable with, and I think probably something that Izzy would be uncomfortable with if he's working for the organization, but then talking about things sometimes when they might not necessarily be positive. And so we have this formula that this is how it operates. You're going to have one voice. You'll have the manager / president of baseball operations from the baseball side, and you're going to have Bill DeWitt III from the business side. That's how they did it. I understand it. People may not like it. I certainly think it does not behoove them in this particular case because Bloom is actually going to be the president of baseball operations. But that then just speaks to the uniqueness and personally, I think, mistake of the arrangement. But that is how the Cardinals have practiced it, which speaks to what you were just presenting is they want to have the one voice.
Yeah, so Moses texted in the question that was a little confusing, maybe the way it was worded. But I think that is, in fact, the answer. And that's going back 10 years ago. That has been the answer when you say, oh, I've requested people that work in the front office. And they'll say, we don't really want those people talking because they're not the voice or the leadership of the team. They're just that consistent messaging. That's something you can call BS on it, call it power hungry. You can define it however you want, but that is, in fact, their answer and their theory on why they do it that way.
And it makes sense. It would be crazy if the media were constantly running to Chaim Bloom and saying, well, did you agree with this move or what did you think of that move that they made? That could get nasty and ugly. They wouldn't want that.
Well, I think Chaim Bloom probably is happy at some point to tell his story, but it would have been weird all year to say, hey, what do you think of that trade the other day? Bad one? You can put him in it. It could get annoying, but I think pretty soon here we got to roll the guy out.
Looking forward to the conversation with John Mozeliak. That's at 10 o'clock on the program. Then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Martin, you know about Design Air Heating and Cooling. I know you do.
Design Air, they are the best. That's all you need to know. They have been behind TMA from the early days, and they continue to support this show. Email of the day brought to you by Design Air, and what you get in return is a company you can count on. When the air conditioning unit isn't working, there's one place to go. It's designairservice.com. Set up that appointment, and it's a company you can count on for decades. They've been around for more than a century. Think about that. They started years and years and years ago, and it continues to be owned by the same family. Fourth generation now. That's Seth Goldcamp. So it's a family business, St. Louis owned. Sometimes a local business will do well, and then an out-of-town company comes in and buys them up, and they just kind of keep the name on there. But it's not quite the same. Well, Design Air, not an issue. Family-owned all these years. For all your heating and cooling needs year-round, a company you can count on. No upselling. You can ask for Larry by name, but I think, is it Larry? Is that the guy?
Larry's a silver fox.
Yeah, but I think he's kind of in demand. So just go with it. They're all great technicians. Don't get picky. Just get to Design Air Service for all your heating and cooling needs year-round. Support the sponsor.
There it is. Design Air. Send your emails in for our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Comes your way at 10:45. The program's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, this is Jackson with a SportsCenter update, and it's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Brewers extend their win streak to 11 after hammering Paul Skeens, winning 14-0, routing the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
I can't tell if you're fading it out or if it's really quiet.
Are you enjoying it or not?
Not really.
It's either like old school Beatles or it's Wilco.
This is George Harrison.
George Harrison. That was
something they want to count that
ballpark.
Beware of Darkness.
Is it really a quiet song? Can you turn it up just a little bit? Okay, just really quiet.
Doug, breaking news out of your school.
My school? Kirkwood?
Kansas.
Was it? Oh.
Kansas alum David G. Booth is given $300 million to the Jayhawks. It is the largest gift in KU history and among the largest ever in college athletics. KU's football stadium was named after Booth in 2018 after he donated $50 million to the school. Doug, these alums are now essentially like the dons of college athletics. It's one of the reasons why those who are college football geeks like myself are high on what is going on in the usual outpost that is Texas Tech. And minus was it 2008 with Michael Crabtree?
I don't know.
They haven't really done a whole lot at Texas Tech, but they are bankrolled.
I had not heard the name David Booth. I see he's a businessman, investor, and philanthropist, chairman of Dimensional Fund Advisors.
And also Sports Talk Radio host, usually when you're talking about dollars.
That's how he laid the base. But if you're giving away $300 million, how much do you have?
God, you'd have to have it like $301 million then.
Probably. And his lifestyle still wouldn't change very much.
Here's the deal. Here's the money. Now I'm going to need to pick the quarterback, but here's the money. Mm-hmm. Are there strings attached?
So you want to buy a championship, huh? That's from Tim's Toothless Bottom Boy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646.
That's the system they've set up.
I think it's kind of the system that's always been there. It's just out in the open now.
I guess T. Boone Pickens was that guy at Oklahoma State for years. Does Missouri have a guy if they ever...
they got a lot of money.
I even think the Lories are quietly still money people. Down, they got plenty. That was the knock on Jim Sturck when he was the AD, is that he was doing a decent job fundraising, but they said they were the same 3 or 4 people, just kept giving huge checks. Mizzou's got plenty of money rolling in. But watch out for the Beakers, Doug. Your squad's coming to Columbia.
It's not my squad.
I thought it was your squad.
I just don't hate them. I got no reason to hate them.
You kind of like Mangino, don't you?
I got a kick out of his leather jacket. Could have fit that thing around a Buick. Gosh, it was a large.
And now he's leading the smack talk. He's ready for this rivalry to heat up again.
You are welcome to allow the rivalry to heat up in the text inbox. Text in. Michelob Ultra YouTube chat also is a place where friends have gathered, 248 of them, as a matter of fact, including John Scores, Jeremy Hodge, Tim McKernan's Meat and Potatoes, and the TMA Remote Lamp, they're all talking to the Never-Ending Wipe. And it's always fun when the Never-Ending Wipe
I don't like that name.
is in there and talking over. It's also fun when James Carlton comes in here and talks it over. He's my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. I was talking with James here over the last couple days, and now there's a GoFundMe for my windshield. So that's the lane we're going to pick with the listeners raising the money.
They have to pay for it.
Well, they don't have to, but I strongly hinted at, because of my losses with the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, and now at a point I am running from the high school bookie near the Arnold Water Tower.
Yeah.
they know I can't pay for the windshield, and so they have the GoFundMe is there, and James understands that too.
And you need to raise $800. What if they come up with like $8,000? What happens to the leftover cash? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was coming.
Reinvested into the community.
Yeah, reinvested into parlays.
Okay. And your bank happens to be within the community.
What if Kansas football coach tells him we're pre-revenue right now? So don't expect,
Martin, I've been hearing that for years.
Don't expect a big return on that money.
This pre-revenue thing. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. John Mozeliak, 10 o'clock here on the program. That's on the Stiefel dossier. How about this? Did anybody get a chance to see Michael Porter Jr.'s podcast interview? Nurse?
No.
Nurse? I bet Papers did.
I watched this clip specifically.
As you know, his brother, Jonte Porter, ran into some problems with some sports wagering, Doug. Mm-hmm. Michael Porter Jr. Sat down. What was the name of the podcast, Jackson? I'm the one who sent you the clip. It's on me. I apologize.
It's Bob Menery.
It was Bob Menery?
Yeah, Bob Menery and a guy named Steiny from the Nelk Boys were sitting there. Chairman audibly groaned there, and I echo it.
I'm sorry. Why was there a groan? Why do you echo it?
These guys are just a little much.
Okay.
But they had Michael Porter Jr. on their podcast talking about sports gambling.
All right.
This is wild. All right.
The sports gambling stuff can affect that a lot.
100%.
Think about it.
There you go.
You get mad at these dudes that do the sports betting, but think about if you could get all your homies rich by telling them, yo,
no shit,
bet $10,000 on my under, this one game I'm gonna act like I got an injury and I'm gonna sit out. I'm gonna come out after 3 minutes, and they all get a little bag because you did it one game. Like, that is so not okay. But some people probably think like that. They come from nothing, and 100%. All their homies have nothing,
100%.
And they're like, bro, if I come out of this game after 3 minutes and y'all all hit on my under, we're all getting a little bag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I obviously my brother went through his situation, but the whole sports gambling entity, bro, it's bad, and it's only gonna get worse, bro. Like we really do get death threats. Like if you and the thing is you can't.
Somebody doesn't hit a parlay.
Crazy part is you can't win anymore because if I do too good, I'm messing up the people that bet on the under. And if they bet on my over, you know what I'm saying? So you're messing up some people's money. If they bet on your under or over, you're messing up some people's.
And you know what's crazy? You think about this, is only in probably 13 states right now.
Someone
it's interesting. There were a lot of people talking, but there was an interesting thought, because you usually say, well, why are you doing that? You don't need the money. I never thought of it as a favor to your buddy that needs the money, or instead of hitting you up, says, hey, just miss a free throw or two, and I'll make some money. Because it typically doesn't make sense. Like those Cleveland pitchers right now, well, they're making good money. Why would they do that?
Right.
A lot of guys came from a disadvantaged background. They got 9 or 10 friends they've always run with, and one guy makes it big, and everybody else has got nothing.
I've never thought of that, and I don't know if that was Jonte's experience or not. But to have a friend who's like, "Hey, I really need you to do this," I would obviously
that was not the Jonte situation,
right? I mean, I'm assuming it's not, but. It's also, it's a little more plausible, at least, than the athlete who makes a bunch of money doing it for the money.
I'm sure it must happen, or he wouldn't have brought it up.
Yeah.
I don't know how they fix that.
The NBA is instituting essentially the Jonte Porter rule, where sportsbooks can't put out unders on guys on two-way contracts, meaning they make $400,000. Guys who make league minimum, you cannot put under bets on them.
How about the guys? How many make the league minimum?
Two-way contracts, probably 80 guys in the NBA.
But if you're not one of those 80, you can still do it then, right?
For sure.
But the theory is you make $30 million, $40 million, you're not doing it.
Pretty big example out of Jonte Porter. He's banned from the league forever. He's facing criminal charges in both Canada and America. You can do it, but you risk ruining the rest of your life.
Yeah, but if you've already made $50, $80 million, and you've still got friends saying, can't you do this for me, or a family member or something? I don't know how they stop that guy.
Yeah, that's the part of it I never really thought about.
But if you're the athlete and you've made, like you just said, $80 million, wouldn't you rather just hand your buddy $500,000 and not run through the headache of what could possibly be an investigation or jail time?
You would think. Yeah.
Your thoughts on what Michael Porter Jr. had to say regarding sports wagering? 314-399-9646. Talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And you're always welcome to call into the program on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The program's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Oh, Doug. Was this all of our wedding songs? I think it was. Wonder what her friends are saying to affect her.
I don't know. I just don't have any idea.
Wait for this moment. You hear that? Michael Bivens right there. Never really sing because he couldn't, but he would always be the guy who would kind of talk to the ladies.
No. It's a bummer when you're in a band as vocals and you can't sing.
Right.
How did you get in? His dad?
What are you trying to say, bro?
Shy Joshua.
Thank you. Take a listen to this harmony, Doug.
That part right there, that's what got this song on the air? I guess.
Jackson's doing a new edition music theme.
Stop this slow dancing over there.
Yeah, this friends. They sound like they're a problem.
Okay.
Have you run into friends destroying your relationship? 314-974-0101.
Take a while. Call in with your friend's spats.
314-399-96. That's how you can text in, such as this one. Harmonize for me while I operate heavy machinery, Doug. That's
I like that.
Can you handle any heavy machinery yourself?
Well, I can, but I graduated from St. Louis U High, and as you know, once you wear the white tux, you no longer have to do that.
No more heavy machinery.
This is going to sound very central corridor of me. Does a lawnmower count?
I was just thinking that. I was wondering that myself.
How big is it? How big's the deck?
It's a push mower, but the self-propelling function doesn't. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
So you actually have to push the mower.
Yeah,
I think those are harder to push when it breaks.
You're telling me. Mm-hmm. That's what I had to use.
That's why you're so strapped.
A young man.
Why don't you take it to get it fixed?
I no longer mow my parents' lawn.
Oh gosh, you let them fend for themselves.
I guess.
She's just
foot rubs, but no lawn cutting.
Yeah, well, I have a softer touch.
You turn your back on your parents' grass?
Yeah. I kind of shut it down when I ran over some ground bees and got about 20 stings.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you're telling me.
What about harnets?
I think those might technically be harnets. They're
ground bees? They're probably yellow jackets.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, whatever they were, they gave me a lashing I'll never forget.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
20 of them, huh? Right on the legs?
Felt like 20. It was probably more like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
A couple of texts along these lines. Guys, we sleep with our friends. That's from the Swing Haven board member. And then Eric in the Central West End says, are we not going to talk about the St. Mary's news? No love for the MCC. That's Eric in the Central West End. Martin, I feel like if anybody would know what he's talking about, it would be you.
I saw the headline. I don't know the full story, but that St. Mary's, they were one of the schools that were going to get wiped out, or whatever the nicer term is.
Closed,
let go by the Archdiocese restructuring. And they were able to stay open for a couple of years. But yesterday, I believe, St. Mary's, Mike England, who's the president of St. Mary's, they purchased the land from the diocese. So they're now completely on their own. So I guess that means they're going to live on, but they're just going to function on their own without being affiliated with the Archdiocese. That's my loose understanding.
Mm-hmm. I thought, but he said no love for the MCC. I'm like, St. Mary's going into the MCC.
Oh, I guess they were loosely attaching them to the MCC. I don't, unless I missed something.
Yeah, that's what I was.
All right, now I got to do some homework. Oh my God!
High school sports news.
St. Mary's. Let's see. Francis Slay went there. Denny Long went there. The
Yuri Collins
went there. Yuri Collins.
Yogi Berra.
Did he go to St. Mary's?
I believe he did. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow, how about that? Okay, I don't know.
Historic school.
We'll take your MCC thoughts.
Do Cottleville and Webster Groves friends swing together? Thanks. That's from Big Paz.
Do Cottleville and Webster Groves friends swing together?
In other words, do Cottleville people only swing with Cottleville people? Do Webster people only swing with Webster people? You can call in with your anecdotes. 314-974-0101. Why the F is Jackie asking about a lawnmower? Trust fund babies only seed ride mowers trimming that thick Kentucky bluegrass at his Ladue mansion. You have Kentucky bluegrass at your Ladue mansion?
So much wrong with that text.
Zoysia only for you, no doubt.
Yeah, fluffy. Easier to get the ball up.
Nah, some of those lawns in Ladue, that would be that's a multi-man job. Some of
you
them
couldn't even try to cut it yourself.
Yeah, not with a non-self-propelling mower, that's for sure. Now, I have friends in South City, though, who have those front yards that are just on a straight downhill, and they're just shoulder pressing that lawnmower.
Shoulder pressing?
Oh, just up and down. Shout out to my boy, Private Citizen Pete. He's got
That's how he cuts them.
Big traps, because all he does is just push that lawnmower up and down that.
You ever see people cut them while they have a rope tied to the lawn and they pull it up and down the hill?
Yes.
That always seems a little dangerous.
Very dangerous.
That you lose hold of that rope.
Fly mowers.
Snapper is going to roll right out into the.
It'd almost be easier with a weed eater, wouldn't it? Just use a weed eater instead of pushing the mower up and down.
I don't know.
By friends destroying my relationship, do you mean them introducing me to my wife? Doug, that's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Missouri quarterback reporter, and sounds like might be slightly disgruntled.
Okay. Well, I hope he finds his happiness, Tim. He's like he's down a bit right now.
I'm pretty sure people in Cottleville are just people who used to live in Webster Groves that got tired of living in old houses. That's from St. Louis City, Kevin.
No, they used to live in Florissant or Hazelwood.
Oh, is that right?
Moved. Yeah. Yeah.
Those old homes in Webster are beautiful.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Hey, guys, I'm going to the Cardinal game today. How early should I leave Wildwood to beat the traffic? That's from Melinda Sniffer.
Shouldn't be much of any traffic.
About noon 30, noon 45 will do just fine.
We got a fun to go today. Get down there.
What do we got on the forecast?
I think it's pleasant. I think like 90, not outrageous.
85 for the high mountain.
Is that right?
I'll play.
Wow.
Doug, this might be a nice little busman special.
Would be.
Austin Gomber on the bump for the Rockies.
Is he?
Yeah.
He shut the Birds down 2 years ago. Shut them out, I believe. So look out.
I think he's winless on the campaign.
That happens.
Yeah, that is accurate.
It happens when your club's 57 games under 500.
Somebody's got to absorb the
won one
losses.
yet.
6.52 ERA for the former Cardinal.
Let's see some. I like the old batter versus pitcher. Career. Nobody's faced
There's
them.
some edges on your player props on that, Martin.
Now, Contreras, who got hit by a pitch last night, 18th time Wilson's been hit by a pitch. I'm guessing not in the lineup. I have no idea. X-rays were negative, but in his career against Austin Gomber, Willie, 4 for 8 with 3 home runs.
Oh, God.
I would say if you had to...
Wow.
He might say, I'm limping out there. Put me in DH, for God's sakes. I'll numb it up and...
Like a wiffle ball home run where you hit it and then don't run around the bases.
He'll be on one of those little scooters with a knee on it. He'll just roll out there like just to get an at-bat. Ivan Herrera's 2 for 7 against him. Alec Burleson, 2 for 6. They're seeing some pretty robust percentages here.
Jackson, you are taking some heat for saying you have friends in South City.
Why would I what?
Piddles has friends in South
shot.
City. Since when did he hang out with the meat and potatoes crowd? That's from the 636.
They're probably guys who were the help from your house in Ladue, right?
Yeah. What does Jackie know about South City? He's the kind of guy to say I'm from St. Louis when he lives in Wentzville. I know you were looking at some places. Are you moving?
No, I'm. Oh my God. My first 2 years of life were spent in South City.
How about that?
Then
So you're a South City native.
Then my family moved to Webster Groves for a little bit, and then to Olivet.
And is that why you hate Cottleville, because of the Webster Groves roots?
Yeah, I could see that being the reason. But I have a lot of friends.
That's all they talk about in Webster.
A lot of friends in South City. My college roommate lives in South City, and I made friends with a lot of his friends.
Private Citizen Pete,
who I need to mention this maybe once a year, was imperative, huge in me getting this gig because...
So it's his fault.
Indeed. He was listening very early as well to the Tim McKernan Show podcast the day that Gangster Pete, the producer before me, left the program. And he was the one who encouraged me. He was like, why don't you just try? Just shoot the email.
How about that? I didn't know that backstory.
Yeah. So Private Citizen Pete was huge.
Doug PCP.
Okay.
My guy. And he's a South City resident.
You're kind of like Mike Gersh. Just took a shot, sent a letter to the Cardinals, ended up with a job. You just took a shot. You didn't know.
No. Yeah,
But
but
you know. Now you're the vice president of
there's
special stuff.
some misconceptions, I guess, about me and my upbringing, but that's fine.
You're meat and potatoes, man.
More than people would think.
Did you ever go to South City now just to kind of dip your beak in blue-collar misery?
Blue-collar misery.
Oh, you come after St. Gabriel's, I'm telling you.
It's hurtful.
It is hurtful.
And Doug will get nothing, and I'll still receive all crap.
Oh, I lived in South City for 1 year of my life.
Yeah.
1 year.
About 4 years
Like he had
old.
a sentence.
3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
Down there by Carondelet Park.
Nice.
Over under on the Gomber standing ovation time today. Also, when are you bringing back the 10th Street Italian exit poll? Doug, watch this. I'll take the poll. Mitch, I said, are you ready for some Texican rock? Cumstein. Doug, will there be an Austin Gomber standing ovation
I would
today?
assume, yes. Apparently he's outlasted Arenado. He was one of, 5 that the Cardinals sent to Colorado? And I don't think any of the others ever made the major leagues.
The guy with the name like Magnulia. The one guy was pretty good for a minute. What was his name?
He was at first base. Montero.
Montero, maybe.
Yeah. That's right. All right, John Mozeliak's coming up here at 10 o'clock on today's presentation. Steve Dossier, that is when he will be joining us, and then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Mentality is a longtime sponsor of TMA. If you are finding that you are a little more sluggish day in and day out than you have been, and it's not just, man, I didn't get a good night of sleep, I just don't feel good. If you're working out, but you're not putting on muscle like you used to, and you're noticing an increase in belly fat, but you really haven't changed any eating habits, and just if in general you're not feeling like yourself, this is where Mentality can really help you out. Mentality is somewhere I went to get tested, and it was super easy. You're in and out in 20 minutes, and they focus on free testosterone. The treatments are designed to fit your life, even with a busy schedule. It's fast, easy, and safe. Mentality physicians have helped guys discover and address other health conditions during these routine checks. It's Mentality. You can learn more at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Mentality. Be the dad who can keep up with his kids. Be the husband your spouse knows you can be. Feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's work, in the gym, or at home. It's Mentality. Online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt Manning, the Collier and Thompson phone lines. John Mozeliak at 10 o'clock. This is 101 ESPN. The program is TMA on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Going. Hard not to get fired up when you hear this.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Mark Han, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, is the sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. He is online at evergreenstl.com. And we have a beautiful day here in the St. Louis area. High of 85. And Doug, a busman special coming your way in a few hours. Cardinals and Rockies. John Mozeliak is going to be on the program at 10 o'clock. So we'll get a chance to talk it over with the Cardinal president of baseball operations. And look forward to your compliments on our interview at 314-399-9646. I guess those will come in starting probably right at 10:01.
I would think so, yeah.
Just fire them off now. Crappy interview. You guys are losers. Suck-ups. Just get them out of the way now. Just start firing them off now.
314-399-9646, or you got the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. I haven't seen it on the Twitter tweets, but I see on my fantasy baseball team that Brendan Donovan is in the starting lineup. I'm curious because, Martin, you were given those numbers on Contreras against Gomber. If he is playing, he was injured last night. Has anybody seen the Cardinal lineup outside of what is going on with the Southside Seaman Fantasy Baseball Club, which I know a lot of you pull for, and I appreciate your support. But at the same time, it's like cheering for the Cowboys.
It's on ESPN.
He's leading off.
Donovan is. Contreras not in the lineup.
I thought we were talking about Brendan Donovan.
Yeah, well, Brendan Donovan, I knew he was playing.
Okay.
I see he's
We're
starting.
asking about
the rest of the lineup. So Contreras is not playing?
No. Burleson is first, Gorman DH.
Got it.
Pedro Pajes behind the plate.
He likes that bucket hat in the postgame. You notice that?
Yeah, I think it's a great look.
You like the bucket hat?
Bring it back. Bring it all the way back.
Wow.
All the way.
I'm kind of surprised you like the bucket hat.
Big fan.
Really?
I think it's
Joel Damon?
I think it's both functional and fashionable.
Look at this guy, LL Cool J?
Yeah, LL Cool J always wore a great bucket. Schoolboy Q, in my youth, he would always wear the bucket hat.
Schoolboy Q.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Crash talk.
All right, so Contreras probably hobbling around. He's really getting tired of getting hit by pitches.
Understandable.
Yeah. They work him inside.
Is he crowding the plate or something? Like,
they just pitch him inside. That's the book on him is throw him inside.
And then pitches get away.
Yeah. And he doesn't move. He didn't move at all when he got hit last night. He hung right in there and took it right off the foot without ever looking like he attempted to get out of the way.
Everything's just wet.
Snapped his
bat.
bat.
About that.
Jackson, Ali Marmol talked about that Contreras injury last night. Here's what he had to say.
We just heard contusion on Wilson. You have anything more than that?
That's what I have as well. Yeah.
Has he gone in for extra?
He has. Everything came back clean.
Base hit.
That was concise.
Oh, so now.
No.
Oh, this guy can't win.
Can't win, Tim.
I didn't complain. I merely observed it was concise.
You complained with your eyes.
No, I'm saying that Ollie didn't elaborate, that it was concise. I thought maybe it would open the door for a little more. And he's a little frustrated, but I guess that wasn't the question. It was
This guy, man. It's always your own people.
Jackson, Chairman Kurt and I meet. It's like I said, it's a location you'll find out probably about a half hour before we meet. Like McCluskey and Salazzo and Michael Corleone.
Yeah.
And I think you'll enjoy it. And it may or may not be the White Castle right across from Vianney.
Potbelly, I'm going to guess. About 11:30.
My wife is going out of town for like 3 or 4 nights to San Diego at the end of the month. Just me and the boys.
A lot of White Castle.
And I told my older son last night, we were having dinner, I said, White Castle, brother.
Yeah.
That Thursday night when Missouri's taking on Central Arkansas,
man.
It'll be a White Castle festival.
Really? Cheese fries?
I don't go with the cheese fries, but I don't kink shame those who do.
Okay. You're not handy around the kitchen?
I just try to watch what I eat when I get White Castle.
Yeah, for sure.
No.
Hedge.
Get the salad.
Always a strange move to me.
You bringing them in the house, Tim, or you make them eat them outside?
Well, because she'll be gone for multiple nights, I feel
time to air it out.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, we're both big fans of the Village, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the hell I have to do? I don't know. I dropped off my son at her parents' house on Saturday evening and was coming back, and I'm like, okay, she's at the pool with her friends. The boys aren't home. I just had a very profitable morning on the golf course. I think I'll reward myself. I'm going to get some Village. Village has onions. It's the onions that she doesn't like. I enjoy the onions. They put the pickles and the onions, but they separate them so you can add them on the burger. And she comes home, she goes, oh, my God. And I go, what? She goes, what did you eat? I go, I got the Villaggio, sister. I said, it was
like
White
when
Castle.
a guy calls his wife sister.
Well, I mean, sometimes I'd call her a woman, but then I was told that was not considered to be respectful.
Well, depends on
someone approached you and told you that.
Hey, Missy. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't your mom's
My
name
mom's
Missy?
name is Missy.
Okay,
That's
now
right.
it's getting uncomfortable. Sorry.
Timmy, you know, your mom wants to do that crap. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Senior.
So it's the onions.
And White Castle is all onion.
You better believe
they
it,
cook
Jackie
them on a
Papers.
bed of onions.
That's right.
And they're delicious.
Was Bed of Roses a Bon Jovi song?
I don't know.
We could do Bed of Onions.
I don't know.
Well, we did a real deep dive on poison the other day.
Yes, we did.
The onions are probably the healthy part of the White Castle.
Cheese fries, add pepper. That's from the stay-at-home trailer park, Dad.
We can add pepper, like at the table. You just add black pepper. Do you have to tell them that?
The White Castle has the staying power, don't they? I mean, we've seen the Steak and Shake herd get thinned out a little bit. Feels like
I don't know which one's open, which one's not. It seems like only drive-thrus. I can't follow it with
But
Steak
there's
and
a
Shake.
lot of billboards telling you to buy one.
For like 10
For
grand.
like AM radio. There's just billboards all over town to buy a Steak and Shake. I don't want to buy it. I just want to find one that's open.
That's right.
And is Hardee's gone?
No.
There are less
Is that
of
right?
them?
There's a Hardee's. There's one on Hampton. There's a
That's
steak
the only
and
one I was thinking of.
There's a Steak and Shake and a Hardee's on Hampton.
What's
Both
that, Doug?
operating.
Didn't St. Louis used to be the corporate home of Hardee's? I think it did. It moved to Chicago, I think.
I thought it was a California thing. That's why they have Carl's Jr. out there.
I think Doug's right
we
about
were the
this. I mean, there was something to it, but
It used to be
my
a big
point
Busch
is-
Stadium sponsor.
Point is that White Castle, you don't ever. They endure. They've got staying power.
I think that late night munchie crowd is keeping them afloat.
Like Jack in the Box took a run at it. Jack in the Box tried to kind of go for that stoner crowd. Even they even feel like even the guy with the big weird head, they were almost speaking to guys who were stoned.
Yeah,
It really is 10 grand, but you don't get any kitchen equipment. That's from Jackson's Uncle Doug.
Oh,
we can.
It's pre-revenue,
that's
but you
just
give
the
them.
building? That's still a pretty good price for
I
the
was about to
building.
say, I don't.
Just give me the 10,000. We'll get you some paperwork later. Might be a couple of years. I'm gonna need another 10.
Do you know how there's like Pizza Hut, Taco Bell combos? Could you do a White Castle AM Sports Talk radio combo?
Doug.
Same building. Grab a couple burgers and
With a
take.
grill isn't the only thing that's hot.
Wow. So much potential for marketing.
Tim, you could go there and pick up food for all 3 days your wife is out of town.
I'm in.
Pizza one night, get a couple large pizzas. That'll carry you for a lunch and a dinner.
But I think we're going I'm already planning
White
the
Castle
meals.
for
White
another
Castle
night?
Thursday, and that's the Missouri Central Arkansas game. Pizza go-go Friday. Then I got to figure out Saturday. Maybe we just go to Babes and Musers on Saturday.
Just have a little South City afternoon.
Yeah, me and the
Very
boys.
nice.
I think they'd welcome it in. Warson Woods Wacko sounds like he's excited. He says, "Oh, nice party at Tim's house. I'll show your sons how to cut up Adderall with a credit card."
Wild.
Well, one of them's only 3.
Deranged. That's a deranged text.
You're going to drug the 3-year-old?
Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something.
What, is that the Patrick Mahomes take?
Yeah.
That's
That guy
Keatsman who said.
He gave us a lot.
It's the reason you hit play. 2016, Doug, from KSDK.com, your mothership, your website here, from you folks over there at Channel 5. Hardee's has officially moved its headquarters from St. Louis to Nashville. That was in March of 2016.
How about that?
I knew they moved. I thought it was Chicago, but Nashville.
Hardee's
got us.
headquarters have been based in St. Louis since 2001 with an office on North Broadway.
I remember that. I remember going to those offices. Yes. Total Package says he's in for the party. So Warson Woods Wacko's going to be there. Total Package is going to be there. A 7-year-old's going to be there. A 3-year-old's going to be there.
Okay.
They're going to have Adderall.
And a drug salesman. A drug mule.
Drug mule.
Guys, there used to be a White Castle in Cottleville. It turned into a dispensary. Seems like a missed opportunity to combine the two. That's from Merp the Barbarian.
Agreed. More combo stores. If we're going to do brick and mortar, it's hard enough to get people to get in their cars and drive somewhere to go to a brick and mortar store. Let's make it easier on them. Start combining things.
Sounds like Swing Haven board members coming to the party. Tim, I'll bring our flogging table Saturday night for the party. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Huh. I
We'll
wonder
put that under the carport.
what constitutes A flogging table.
When you have a party, is it important to include an invitation to at least one drug mule?
Clip it off. I think it's the right thing to do to at least invite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You want to be inclusive.
Someone who's at least mule adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
Hardee's hasn't been good since the 80s and 90s. That's from the 660. Not on board with Hardee's.
We're just merely referencing that.
I think Chick-fil-A is
Less
probably
of
taking business away from a lot of these other fast food places.
For sure.
Chick-fil-A's always packed.
Boy, is it ever.
Always.
But then that Canes came along and kind of
Did it take
pushed
some market share?
I know
would imagine it
from
had
a
to take-
kid's perspective, the kids always said Chick-fil-A. Now all they say is
Really?
Canes. Kids,
Really? Is that
12,
right?
13, 14, Canes all day. And you go there, Doug, like, well, did you want chicken tenders or did you want chicken tenders?
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. We'll put it on a sandwich. You want a chicken tender sandwich?
My problem with that is you always get a takeout and they put it in that styrofoam tray and it always gets soggy. Like every time. I've never had a crisp tender or fry from there ever.
Ooh. You doing elaborate?
Nah, it's tasty enough and the sauce is outstanding, but
Lee's all day, baby.
Lee's chicken's delicious.
Are we prepared to have the conversation on Zaxby's drop-off? They blew a two-decade lead on Raising Cane's and Huey McGoo's. That's from Alan Dadeville. Doug, are we prepared to have that conversation?
I don't know what Huey McGoo's is.
And Zaxby's isn't in St. Louis. It never has been. So.
Well, they're saying, he's saying, no, that Zaxby's was doing what Cane's did, and they had the chance. They were in the lead, and they lost the lead.
Yeah, I can see that.
Jackson's right. Cane's is disgusting. That's from artificial unintelligence.
I didn't say that.
You didn't like the way it traveled.
Yeah,
Raising Cane's is a poor man's Zaxby's. Is that right? There's a different on price?
Zaxby's is different, though, because as Martin said, Cane's is just chicken fingers. Zaxby's will get you some chicken wing. They got a chicken sandwich. They got all these. But Cane's just focuses on the tenders, fries, and coleslaw.
That's all they have is tenders?
Tenders, fries, coleslaw, and like the toast they give you.
And they're the ones that say, cluck, cluck, save a buck.
Yeah, spend.
Spend a buck.
Martin's correct. Kids only want Cane's now. This generation is soft.
Oh, yeah.
Some big tough.
Boy, they are.
I try and toughen them up, take them down to LeGrand's.
Ooh, nice. Get me a legend, please.
Get an
like
Edmonds.
Potato salad.
Oh, I love that potato salad.
Isn't it great potato
It's so
salad?
good.
Doug, Mount Rushmore of potato salad.
I don't have a Mount
It's got to be mustard based.
You need paprika on there?
I prefer.
Good call.
Right,
Never
Doug,
been to a Zaxby's. Doug, you ever been to a Zaxby's?
Oh,
The
I
one
love
in
Zaxby's.
Columbia I was at.
Down south.
Did they put it there after they became SEC? Was that a
I think that's a fair
I
question.
think so, because they're an SEC partner. Zaxby's was an SEC partner.
Wonder how if it did fall off. I mean, Alan Dadeville's our
I haven't
Southern
looked this up
correspondent.
there.
When I would drive to Jupiter, I would hit Zaxby's at least a couple times on that drive, brother, and it made me really happy.
Same day.
I think
Lunch and
back
dinner.
to back. I think I'd make it to Gainesville.
Yeah.
And then I'd finish the stretch. But yeah, going through Georgia, you got a Zaxby's at every single exit.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you.
And a Buc-ee's, too.
Waffle House as well. That's big in especially Atlanta.
John Mozeliak's with us at 10 o'clock. We'll ask him about his favorite potato
Zaxby's.
salad. And also Zaxby's. Does he
You think
it's
Mo's ever
fallen
been to a
off?
Zaxby's?
If you made a wrong turn.
That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Design, Air,
Nobody's
Heating, and Cooling
shocked.
email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Running back James Cook and the Buffalo Bills have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $48 million contract extension that includes $30 million guaranteed. His agents tell Adam Schefter today. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Mason Wynn, this dude be bussin'. Opposing pitchers gonna have nothing. Jordan Walker finally coming round. This man Chow could be Cooperstown bound. Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy, always making the B-fib happy. Luke and Baker got legs like a trunk, always line drives, never in a funk. Look out now, these baby birds gonna fly. First place by mid-July. All the haters be singing their tune. They'll be playing in October when you're on your pontoon. They hungry. Oh, they hungry. Oh, yeah, boy. They hungry.
Well, we were on time.
Yeah, not anymore. Well, you got to let this breathe.
I like it. Jackson, I'm not critiquing.
I actually didn't take it as such.
Good.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. The program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We are on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Plus, you can stream it on the TMA app. Download the TMA app. Download the 101 ESPN app. They are brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. John Mozeliak is going to be with us at 10 o'clock on the program. Looking forward to the conversation. Cardinals and Rockies on what should be a beautiful day in the St. Louis area as the Cardinals try to get back on track. Doug, they most likely will, and then we can feel that buzz in the area that maybe 20% of the market has regarding the Cardinals and the playoffs, as we discovered yesterday, Martin, when we asked that Gallup poll, which apparently was holding rights just by asking the question, what is your level of enthusiasm for the Cardinals in the 6th wild card spot? And it was greeted with the majority of people having apathy. Or still, I feel like cheering against the team, actually.
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get what you accomplished doing that. Why that would feel good for your team to perform poorly.
I don't know. And then I guess I'll try to theorize because I'd be speaking for people. They're welcome to give their view, 314-974-0101. Because if they get into the playoffs, then this model would be rewarded. And they don't want to see this model rewarded. That's what I think it would be about. If I'm summarizing that correctly for those of you in that camp.
But even if they get in, I don't think the Cardinal Brain Trust is going to say, oh, great, we did it right. Yeah, this is just the team we wanted. They're going to feel the same way. They're going to go, well, okay, we got kind of lucky and got in this year. They're not going to say, we're not doing anything different because we got in the playoffs. I don't think they would have that reaction.
I understand that. But I do recall Bill DeWitt Jr., the chairman, saying at that press conference for Chaim Bloom, he went through a trap door, Martin?
Yeah, there was a trap door below him. And then I believe, friend of the show, Brian Bartow, when I said I would love to catch up with Chaim Bloom and maybe do an interview and ask some questions, he said, let's let the dust settle. So we're still in the dust settling era.
Bill DeWitt Jr., the chairman, said, well, we did have a winning record this year. So I do think
people are like,
oh, I was more than like, but see if you like this analogy. College football, bowl games, 1990s, Major League Baseball, postseason appearances, 2020s. I'm going to say it again. College football, bowl games, 1990s. Major League Baseball, postseason appearances, 2020s.
Teams laud them, fans shrug.
Correct.
Like, it's not as exciting as it sounds.
And front offices use it as well. We went to the playoffs in 2020 and 2021. It's like, well, I mean, 2020 was kind of...
Yeah, I just think they would say that publicly to try to defend themselves. But behind closed doors, I don't think there's anybody in the Cardinal organization saying, see, we did it, great. Everything we did worked perfectly. I don't think they're that clueless. I think they know this is not the team that they were hoping to have.
And I don't think it's what they wanted to do. I mean, there was a cause to this that was financial, and other organizations have dealt with it as well, and that is part of the shift in media consumption with these television deals that were printing cash for teams and the networks that were distributing them, and that has changed substantially. You know, I mean, that's just the gig. I understand it, but the question to me, if you want to focus on it, when the team was incredibly successful, how did they miss over the last decade on their minor league system and developing talent and identifying talent effectively, and when they would identify it, not be able to develop it to the point that the other teams would be able to, all while at the same time they were not going out and signing big-time players. So if the focal point we're not going to be signing big-time players, fine, then the focus is on the major leagues, or excuse me, the minor leagues to be your system. So I don't understand how you could miss on both. That, I think, would be...
I scribbled some notes earlier, and one of them was minor league drop-off, how? That's one of the questions.
There you go.
I think some of that is just blind luck. It's a lottery sometimes. When you draft all these players, who's going to hit it big and who's got nothing? We keep going back to Albert Pujols as a 13th-round pick, and Molina was, 4th-round pick? So every other team had a chance to draft these guys too, but sometimes you draft them and they accelerate their ability and they become stars, and sometimes you draft them and they got nothing. And it's really hard to know when you're going to hit and when you're going to miss. Some guys are so talented, picked at the top of the draft, that they're going to make it. But you get past the first few, and there's just a wide range of opinions. Same experienced type of people looking at these prospects, and sometimes they make it and sometimes they don't.
And that would certainly be fair with regard to draft. What I think is something that is difficult to defend / explain away are players who are within your organization and not succeeding and then going elsewhere and then certainly surging. So with that all established, John Mozeliak is going to join us on the other side of the commercial break. We look forward to talking it over with the Cardinal President of Baseball Operations. He's next here on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic design and build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team have been to my home, and I went to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I got to see all the different types of custom work they're capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck to adding on a pergola or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. You can see for yourself by going to that showroom in Chesterfield Valley or by going online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or call 636-532-5008. They offer custom deck design, opening, close pergolas and roofs, and motorized shade and screens, and under deck ceilings. It is aesthetic design and build outdoor living spaces, expertly designed, online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know that I sent you their way. Welcome back. It is the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines the president of baseball operations, John Mozeliak. Morning, John.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I
did air quotes, sir.
Yeah, boy, I heard that right out of the gate. And then, and I don't know if this was some kind of meta play on your part, but I heard Jackson say, "Oh, you're on with Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, and Tim McKernan," and that what that implies is that you're not a regular listener.
Oh. I wasn't sure, and so I thought I'd ask. You know, it's best to be prepared.
Sure. The industry changes a lot. If you'd prefer, when Keith Kachuk comes on, he welcomes everyone as Marty, Doug, dirtbag.
Yeah,
he just refers to Tim as dirtbag.
I think that's unfortunate.
Well, I'm not here to smear anyone. I just wasn't sure who I was speaking with, so I asked.
See, there you go.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I announced via the Twitter that you would be on, and last night, I'm not going to read you all the mean tweets, but a couple folks said, I'm only listening if he's announcing his resignation, and I hate to spoil it for him, but I believe you are in your final months. Am I not correct? And then somebody else said, is he announcing he's returning? Let's dispel that myth.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely stepping away. That's been pretty well documented. Yes. So, yeah, your 8 fans can celebrate.
Oh, gosh. There it is. Man, we better ratchet our game up here today.
I mean, if you're going to read me negative stuff, I'm coming back.
Yeah, well,
I don't have a lot else to read, but what are your final 2 months like?
I try to do your show once a week.
Nice. Jackson, what day next week? What day?
What's Tuesday look?
You know, Tuesday's tough traveling. But yeah, I mean, obviously I still have responsibilities, but clearly, you know, these next few months are going to be a lot different for me than what they normally are. I'm not in the planning mode. I'm not in the hiring mode. I'm not having to do anything that you know normally would be on your plate this time of year. So you know, I'm going to enjoy some baseball games. Hopefully we win more than we lose, and have some fun with it.
What's the dynamic with Chaim Bloom? I think we were most interested at the trade deadline. And the hypothetical, and you're not going to name names, but let's say a position player that's an everyday player and a team called you about, if they make an offer and you say yay or nay, is that your call? Was Chaim? Because obviously it affects the team moving forward. Tell us a little about that dynamic.
Yeah, a lot was asked about that, but it was still my responsibility. Clearly, you know, like I do with any of these types of large decisions, it's very collaborative. But ultimately, someone has to make a decision, and that was me.
What is the nature of that working relation? I mean, for a lot of folks on the outside, it seems odd that one guy is kind of in charge, in waiting. You're still here. How has that played out?
Yeah, I suppose it is a little unusual, but I think part of that's just because this is a more public job. A lot of times people do have normal succession planning in their companies, and that's ultimately what we were trying to do. And so in Chaim's case, he gets a running start on some of the things that he wants to see changed, and he already began working on player development this past year. There'll be some other changes throughout the baseball ops side as he moves forward. And in terms of like my relationship with him, I'd say it's excellent. You know, he respects the role I'm in. I respect the role he will be in. And, you know, ultimately he'll be given the keys, and I will hopefully gracefully walk away, and I won't have to be part of your negative banter anymore.
You could come by. You could be a TMA consultant next year. Just come in and just talk crap.
Well, yeah. The pay's right. I'd consider it.
Oh, Doug, it sounds like we've got
local radio pays very, very well.
Yeah, I think you'll be intrigued. John Mozeliak, our guest here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, specific to, and I realize there's an omerta of sorts with what goes on behind the scenes, but we had Miles Michaelis on. It wound up being a really good conversation, and similar to this one, the audience is like, Michaelis, what are you guys going to do? But, you know, I asked him, when it comes to like the trade clause, the no trade clauses, and then then the trade deadline. Fans on the outside go, well, why wouldn't they want to waive the no trade clause and go to a team that has a higher probability of getting to the postseason and then can sometimes apply a narrative, oh, they don't care about winning? And so I said, what are the factors that come into play for a player when it comes to waiving the no trade clause? So I realize with the Cardinals, there are multiple players in that position that have handcuffed you and your peers in the organization. But in your experience, what has that been like dealing with no trade clauses, and what factors in general cause players from going, you know what, I'm not going to waive my no trade clause?
Well, I think I don't know what Miles said, but I would imagine that when a player chooses not to give the club the right to trade them, it's typically because they enjoy being here. And I think that's a compliment to the city and the organization. But there are times where players do ask to be moved. They get very granular in the sense of like who they'd go to. We experienced that with Nolan this past winter. But so it's everybody has a different approach to why. But you also have to remember, like, when someone does sign with the Cardinals and they do get the no trade, that's because, they want it to be here. And so I don't think people should just judge that as they simply don't care about winning or don't want to win. I guess you guys could all imagine, too, like, you work for a company and all of a sudden the company's telling you have to go somewhere. It can be a little unsettling. And, everybody takes those types of transfers, or in this particular business, a trade, a little differently. And I will say this, on the business side of things, in terms of like that is my least favorite thing to do, is trade someone. It is, people, young people, when you draft and sign them, they tend to fall in love with the organization that drafts them. And then there are times where players do appreciate getting moved because they just feel they're blocked. And, those make it a little easier. But, these are not, widgets. These are people. And it's always tough conversation when you are moving someone.
John Mozeliak, our guest here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. One of the players you did trade, Ryan Helsley, I would imagine, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. It was something that I would think that you guys were considering during the offseason. Helsley told us at spring training he thought he was going to be traded. What was the thought process on keeping him going into the season versus trading him?
Well, we wanted to be as competitive as possible this year. Obviously, we knew from a ticket standpoint, sales were going to be down. We were trying to put a quality product out there, and we wanted to give it the best chance possible. Clearly, when you think about trading somebody in the offseason versus at the deadline, the ROI typically is not that much different. Because you get a little bit of a surge during the deadline. So ultimately, the real risk was if there was going to be an injury. And we were willing to take that.
In the big picture for this season, have you been disappointed, satisfied, or is this about the kind of year you thought you would have? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's been a little bit of a frustrating year in the sense of just the inconsistencies. In terms of truly winning the most baseball games possible, you have to have a lot of things go right for you, and from a timing standpoint. And there's nights when we hit, we don't pitch. There's nights we pitch and we don't hit, and that part's been frustrating. But as far as like getting to see some of the players that we wanted to see play and do what they need to do, that's been very helpful.
And we talked about Chaim working at the minor league level. You've addressed the fact that things down there needed to be sort of reinvested in. Where do you think the drop-off came from in terms, because it's always been about the minor leagues for most teams, like you want to develop talent. How do you think, was it a budgeting issue? Why do you think there's been a drop-off?
I don't necessarily would use the word drop-off. I just think when you look at like where the industry's going and what some of the things that are happening, there's a lot of innovation going on. And I think in our case, our team had been together a long time, and sometimes it's just easier to make change when you bring in fresh faces. And so, ultimately that's what we felt we needed to do. Bill and I had talked about it the last couple of years, and that was the whole purpose of bringing someone like Chaim in. The initial intention wasn't necessarily to have Chaim be my replacement, but it has worked out that way. But the real purpose was just to get a sense of a fresh voice at the minor league side. And again, we'll probably have that type of voice or new voices throughout the organization over time because, look, I've been here 30 years. I've worked with a lot of people. And, when you start to change the narrative or change what you want to see done, it can be challenging at times. So I think it'll be a healthy thing for the St. Louis Cardinals. I agree with many of your fans that, a time for a new voice is something that will be welcoming here, and I do think that's a good thing.
Who do you think decides Ollie's future? Is that just Chaim? Is that the DeWitts? And how do you think that decision will play out? Because some of it is marketing and selling something new. You got a new president of baseball operations. What's your gut on that?
Well, it's not a gut. But yeah, I'm sure the DeWitts will have some say in it, and I'm sure Chaim will as well. But Ollie signed for next year. I would assume he's going to get that opportunity, and I think he'll have a bright future. I think he's a really good manager. I think he's really good in the clubhouse, and I think players respect him.
Tim, was it that bad a gut? I mean, was it really that bad of a your gut on this? So you're saying
it was pretty bad.
Yeah,
wow.
I mean, I have to say that it's like, well, who else would be involved in the decision-making process? Yeah, Martin,
okay, all right. Now you guys have an alliance. Dirtbag and Mo have an alliance suddenly. I guess the better question would have been what's your gut as to what happens, not who decides it. Right. Now he's under the gun, and he wishes I wouldn't have had a deep dive on that question.
My gut is I hope he's the manager here for a long time. Obviously, I'm a huge advocate for him, and I truly believe he does a great job, and I think his future is going to be wonderful.
Okay. As we get down here to the last,
that made me real nervous, Martin.
Cut that off.
As we get down to the last
for now,
last month and a half of the season now, are you having any second thoughts about stepping away? I mean, this has been your life for a long time. It can't be easy to walk away from it.
Yeah, as I do this interview, I keep thinking, like, God, I want to just keep doing more of these.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Doug!
That's exactly my thought, Doug.
Doug.
It wasn't the interview I was talking about. It's the job I'm talking about.
Well, this is part of the job, knucklehead.
This wears you out? This kind of thing wears you out?
I think, again, like I love what I do. I've loved every moment of this. But it's just time. Again, I feel like it'll be a good thing for everybody. And, I'm not saying I'll never work again in the game or anything like that. I don't know what I'm going to do next. But for the Cardinals, I think for this organization, it'll be a very healthy thing.
Do you think next year you'll watch Cardinal games, Cardinal score? Do you think you'll be totally checked out?
I doubt I'll be totally checked out because, I have intellectual curiosity of what's going on and how things are going, and also have a lot of friends here. So, but I certainly think I can, schedule my tee times when I want to versus now it's, can I fit one in every now and then?
Have you had any calls from people in baseball? Have they kicked the tires? Hey, you'd be interested in any kind of role?
Well, you can't because I'm under contract. Until I'm done with my contract, then people can reach out. But there's, tampering rules and all of that. So even though I have announced that I'm stepping away, and that's very public, November 1, I guess, would be the first time people can start communicating.
John Mozeliak, our guest here on TMA. I've enjoyed here and I sense this is because you know that you are shutting it down at the end of the year, at least in this role with this organization, that I sense you have been more outspoken about the economics of the game. It's certainly something that you have had to navigate in St. Louis, as many organizations have had to do. And what we have lurking on the horizon following the 2026 season is certainly something that perhaps fans don't want to hear talked about, but I think it is material to the conversation. What are your thoughts on what is lurking following the 2026 season?
Well, I do think a couple things. Obviously, you're referring to a potential work stoppage, and the CBA ends at the end of 2026. So the season of 2027 has question marks. But I would also remind people right now there's still a lot of time. And I know that both sides realize what's at stake. And so, not trying to just be overly optimistic here. My hope is with that time, they can find solutions that will better position this sport for long-term success. Every sport has its challenges from an economic standpoint, but when you look at currently, how baseball is set up, it really is a lot of disparity. Now, you're seeing one of the hottest teams in baseball, Milwaukee Brewers, which is a small market team, having success. So it doesn't mean you can't do it, but it's just doing it in a way that's just very. You almost have to have everything line up perfectly. Whereas in other sports where you see a floor and a cap, there tends to be, a little bit more of a traditional alignment of, everybody really has a chance just depending on how well you run. And so, my hope is that, in time, that the people that are negotiating this can find a solution that satisfies really everybody. Obviously, on the player side, they're trying to maximize their earnings. And on the owner side and team side, they're trying to figure out a way to level the playing field a little bit so it is a more competitive throughout the game of baseball on an annual basis.
Is what took place with the television, which again wasn't limited to the Cardinals, something that really played over the last couple of years, or maybe even longer than that, John, something that impacted how you did your business in a really substantial way, perhaps more so than the average Cardinal fan realizes? Or am I overstating the impact of the television deal on the way you handled baseball operations and your staff had to?
Well, it definitely had a adverse effect on us. When you have a loss of revenue in the tunes of $25 million, it affects how you do make some decisions. But I think when you take a step back, like you said, that we're not the only team that went through this. So from an industry standpoint, it was happening. Now there's some clubs that were not affected at all. And, they're obviously swimming in the deeper end of the pool. Having said all that, it really is just more reactionary on how you think about who you're investing in and who you're spending on. And so, ultimately, I think, now that we sort of understand the current landscape, now Chaim and his team will be able to react accordingly. But, to answer your question, were things done a little differently over the past couple of years because of that? Of course.
And what do you think overall has happened? Because early in your tenure, not only when you were assistant with Walt, but then when you were in charge, this team was consistently in the NLCS, contending for a World Series. Is there an easy explanation have you had a chance to even do a little bit of a deep dive on that as to why the Cardinals are not at that same level?
Well, I think simply put, it's when you look at where we've drafted over the last 20 years, especially when you're drafting in the back half of the first round, it's hard to get every pick right. And I also think, from those draft classes, we just did not hit on a lot of pitching. And ultimately, we were forced to go out and look for that. And so there are many factors in all of this. But, ultimately, I think when you look at the successes we were having over the last 25 years, we were having success in the draft, but we were also having success with our free agencies, and we were trading for, key players that were very additive to our organization or to our major league club. And so ultimately, I think we had such a long run at this, and we were doing it where if we did have a mistake, we could play through it. But I think in the last few years, a lot of that had just caught up to us.
Have your opinions or evaluations changed at all on players like Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker as to what their ceiling might be?
I think, in Walker's case, his injury was actually fortuitous in the sense of he got to go down, work on his swing. I think the changes that he was able to implement when he was down in Springfield have a lasting effect, and it's been nice to see, his contribution from an offensive standpoint. We're definitely a different club when, he's hitting the ball hard and getting on base. And in Gorman's case, I still think he has a chance to be a above average hitter in this league. And, I think for him, it's ultimately going to be, where's his best position and where he plays. But, giving these guys opportunity this year, like I stated earlier, has been, I think, something that we've all benefited from a learning standpoint on what we have. And, to point out, this is not going to be my concern next year, but it will be someone else's, and I think they're benefiting from what we're seeing.
Do you think there's any value in calling up a Quinn Matthews or a J.J. Weatherholt just to get them big league experience, and also a little bit of that is marketing or selling the fans on the future? Do you think that'll be in play here in September?
Ultimately, I think that'll be a discussion that we all have to participate in, but it's not the protection year. And so I think it's not necessarily in the best interest for the organization to do that, even though it might be fun and exciting. But, you're not forced to put them on the roster this offseason. And so that's something that should definitely be part of the equation.
Here is a text from Ball Game. I don't think it's Jim Edmonds, but it's Ball Game. And this is to balance out some of the mean tweets. Mo is a good dude. It's too bad that the masses or local vocal minority cannot realize it. Cap tip to you, Mo. That's from Ball Game.
Well, tell Ball Game thank you. And he's probably sitting in the office next to me typing that.
Typing away. I think, I don't want to tell schools out of town. I think Linda, Mo's longtime executive assistant, might be a listener of this show. So I don't want that to get her sideways with you, Mo.
No, I appreciate, Linda, if you just sent that on my behalf.
I don't know that she sent it. She does listen, but, well, I'm sure we'll do it again. We still got
doesn't listen. She's a working person.
Yeah.
She's not listening. Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Maybe after hours.
Yeah, maybe podcasting.
On the way home.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this again before the season actually.
That's not what you said. Next Tuesday doesn't work, but Wednesday, I guess, is better?
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Next Wednesday,
like a
Doug.
weekly thing. So we'll tell Matt Holliday he's been bumped.
That's right.
Because Mo's coming on.
That's sweet. Anyways, I think I'm ready to go.
Okay.
John Mozeliak is ready to go. He'll be back
ready
next
to go.
Wednesday, though. Thank you, Mo.
All right, talk soon.
Thank you. It's John Mozeliak with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, that sounds like a guy who is not ready to leave his position.
I didn't get that sense.
Oh, bad read?
Tea times were referenced.
Oh, that is a job that would wear you out, though. It would wear you out.
My theory is the following. Do with it what you will. I am confident it will be unpopular, but Martin, even though you're trying to get me to run, I will not run for office at least until 2028. So I'm comfortable espousing takes that are not popular in this particular market. John Mozeliak has had to eat crap for a lot of things that deep down he knows the truth on, and he is now exiting and cannot wait to have to eat that crap. That is what I think is a large part of this. Now, with that established, that does not explain away some of the contracts / extensions / player development issues. But I think at the core, he is really exhausted by taking heat for some things that he didn't necessarily have anything to do with, or the public thinks one thing and it wasn't the way that it played out, and he is not going to air that out or leak it, and he cannot wait to not be in the position to be in the crosshairs. That is my master's thesis. Do with it what you will.
Mm-hmm. It's a job that would age you like a president, I would think, because it's nonstop, high pressure, making decisions that have multi-million-dollar consequences. Everything that you do, people's lives are changed based on the things that you do. Constant criticism from the people, the fan base, the press. It would just be a very, very difficult job. And he's been in it a long time. I'm sure he's ready for a break.
And to Tim's point, what if there's all these behind the scenes and ownership says, sign Dexter Fowler, and he says, I don't know what, I mean, the ownership says, we're going to cut back on some of that spending at the minor league level. And you are the face. It's Dan Dierdorf said it to me a long time ago. You guys all hate Roger Goodell. He does what the owners tell him. He's doing that job. Now, I think it's not a great comp in this case because I think Mozeliak has incredible influence on the roster, decisions that are made, but I think there are times when you do what you're told to do. And there are times when you're limited in budget, when you say, hey, if we extend just a little bit, we could add so-and-so. No, we're not doing that. Okay, fair enough. I think there probably have been moments like that. And your job is to get paid well and to just kind of eat it. There is some support from Mo on the time. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the Michaelis reaction.
POBO, now there's still, I think the 6-1 hate did chime in. Weak ass. That was in terms of the interview itself. POBO Mo is a Weisenheimer. Love it, especially I think when he dunks on us.
Yeah, he historically, when he's come on this program, enjoys just busting balls, and that's good entertainment, and that's been going on. I mean, hell, you can hear it in some of the drops that we have from over the years when he's on the program. But in general, I think one of the things is I think when he's doing his sarcastic thing, messing around with us, those who might not be aware of it are like, oh my God, this is like even more arrogant than I thought it was. But I think, if there was one moment that I think in his tenure with us, he was sitting down at the spring training picnic table, I guess it probably was in the 2018 range. And I said something along the lines of, there's some real anger and frustration from the fan base right now, and I'm paraphrasing this, but he said, well, have they not been entertained? Which is the Russell Crowe Maximus gladiator line when he turns to the crowd in the arena. And it's like, my God, how tone deaf could that be? But I think his point was, well, in my tenure in 2009, we won a division, 11, 12, 13, 14. You have a world championship, a pennant, 4 NLCSs, 15. 100-win season, and now we've had 2 years where we didn't go to the playoffs. I mean, the run's been pretty good. And I think one of the things, and this is totally speculative, but I think that one of the frustrations inside the Cardinal offices that's not limited to John Mozeliak is the fan base has an expectation that is not realistic, but because of what they were able to do for the vast majority, the first 22 years of this decade, the standard has been set at a rate that is not reasonable to continue to hit. And so if they don't, then there becomes this real anger. And now what we have is apathy. And I think that is where the face of the franchise from a messaging standpoint becomes so important. I know whoever it is going to catch hell when the team's not winning. But I think the manner with which and the tone with which the message is delivered is so important. And I think that's something the organization has lacked.
Mo is the GOAT, Tim, according to Sir Whoopi something or other. I lost track of that. And then the compliments from Mo are not sitting well. A lot of people are good dudes, but have struggled with their job. Shut up, ball game. From Jimbo Fisher's Golden Parachute, Tim.
Oh, Jimbo Fisher. He had a nice...
Moses Brown says, great job on the interview. Well done. We've discussed this ad nauseum on this show, but you can ask a million things and still not get a satisfying answer, which is what I think a lot of people want you to do.
You know what I thought was the most interesting part? I mean, as far as like news goes, and what do you think before I prejudice the dais here?
The Bloom relationship?
No, I know. The Weatherholt situation.
Oh, basically that they
Chairman,
won't do
you're
it.
nodding there. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like he's coming up.
Right.
Based on that.
They don't want to start
not in the best interest of the franchise, even though it sounds like it would be exciting. Same with Quinn, I believe, too.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, that's just from an on the field in the near future. That to me is newsworthy. Now, you'll also see if he does come up, then clearly Bloom has started to play a larger role in things. But that explanation... on him not having to be on the roster. Well, there you go. The roster. Well, then perhaps you're not going to see it this year.
Doesn't that change in September, though, at some point?
He's talking about the 40-man. August 16th is actually the date for them to still have rookie eligibility, if that's what you're making reference to. Jackson, what did what stood out to you, since we were the ones asking the queries?
What stood out to me...
the question was what?
Well, in fairness, I'm not just like sitting over here doing nothing.
I know what I was having.
Martin and Jackson are going to scrap.
We're not going to Potbelly for lunch. Forget it, pal.
I thought that his take on Ollie. I mean, that's like what he's like gets people going on like Mozeliak or just the team in general. Like that's the manager, whenever the team's bad, is always going to be a lightning rod. So I found his confidence in Ollie to be maybe not refreshing, but, noteworthy. And then, Martin's question, to his credit, on the drop-off since the beginning of his tenure. I thought his answer to that, it's a tough question to, take self-inventory on when you're kind of directly responsible for it, or at least a major part of the responsibility. And I thought his answer was pretty good.
More or less not hitting it on draft picks,
Yeah.
especially pitching.
Right. It's kind of that's the process.
The well is dry.
Either we don't have a magic ball. I found a lot of that interesting.
I'm sure we have to break. Because we've been on for 30 straight minutes, so I kind of know how the program works here. Your thoughts are welcome. We will continue to discuss the interview. We appreciate John Mozeliak coming on, answering our questions. You can send in your opinions at 314-399-9646. You can also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, and send in your emails for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which is coming up. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. And right now at Universal Windows Direct, you can buy 2 windows and get 2 free. And you will pay no interest over 5 whole years. Call them at 314-334-2522 for your free in-home estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. With the temperatures we've got in the forecast for this weekend, if your windows are not doing their job, your cool air is going right out the window, literally. And that's why now is the time to call Universal Windows Direct for their buy 2 windows, get 2 free offer. And the best part is you'll pay no interest over 5 years. Their super spacer technology will keep the hot air out and the cold air in. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. It's Universal Windows Direct. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit on how many windows purchased. And once you feel the difference, you'll be saying what I say. I love my windows.
Now watching this team is like
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Martin staying past onboarding.
Well, in case people wanted to dunk or complain about Mo or the interview, I thought it was only fair.
Look at you.
I mean, I'd be happy to leave, but we got a tea time.
Let's see. I will read all I heard from that interview is just a smug a-hole and excuses. I didn't hear any answers. He's just been collecting checks and doing the bare minimum for the last 10 years. Doug, that's from the 618.
I think that's a little unfair.
Doug looks like a mural on the YouTube chat with a gold frame around him. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. Is that right? Do you? Oh, yeah, you do.
It's the window right behind
you.
Yeah.
How about that?
That's nice.
Observation, Mr. Mudjack.
Nice.
Guys, I'm giving you an 8.5 on the interview. That's Keith from South Milwaukee, Whitewater Warhawks.
Friend of Lance Leipold.
That's correct.
2 career interceptions.
Guys, Mo is still unrelatable to most of the audience. That's from Pele Blanco. Those people who complain about Mo's tenure, tell them to go be a Rockies fan or a Pirates fan. The fact is, Mo, whether trades or signings, are more positive than negative. The people who think Mo should win every trade and have every signing pan out perfectly are delusional. That is from the 314. Mr. Siders coming at you. Martin, if you named him your George Washington on your Mount Rushmore of worst texters?
Yeah, the Mount Rushmore may just be one. I'm starting to think about it.
Jackson, you agree? Wow, that means Harrison's brother Master is getting out of jail.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe we'll just have a little canvas over it. We're going to target the rest.
Siders is growing into a monument of his own.
Oh, his own monument.
Blocking?
I don't think I can read what he wrote.
Blocking
for FCC purposes, but I don't know. Doug, I don't. So therefore, I err on the side of caution. I have no idea, but it's in reference to Martin being soft on John Mozeliak, is what Mr. Siders.
I am this close to putting a tariff on him.
Let's see.
Tim, you see the hunchback of Vaughn Castle said, "I'll ask the question that Jackson wanted to ask." John, would you decide define your legacy as a failure or extremely disappointing? That's a cap tip. Barber. I believe that is a tip of the cap to Mike Francesa, who said this to Tiki Barber, who is a former running back for the New York Giants. And he was on the Mike Francesa show. And then Francesa said something that was rather awkward, which led to this text.
But, Tiki, are you coming back to football because you miss it, or are you coming back to football because you just had a big failure in broadcasting?
Mike, your question is leading. And, a lot of people will say that you don't do a good job at what you do because you badger your viewers, your listeners. You badger your interviewers.
Tiki, that's ridiculous.
Mike,
that's subjective. I have a tremendously successful broadcasting career for a quarter of a century.
Okay.
Man, that interview got off to a rough start. As rough as I've heard.
Oh, God.
Is that the opposite of a soft media?
Doug, there's the gentle handshake, and then there's that style from our friend Mike Francesa. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. This is the first time I've heard you guys actually talk sports after 10:30. Wild. That's from the 314. Jesus. Martin, as you might be aware, the old school TMA listeners say all we do is talk sports now, and the longtime 101 listeners say we never talk sports. Doug, this is the life we've chosen.
Yeah, we cannot win.
It's a little exhausting.
You've only been doing it for 10 months.
It's a little exhausting. I mean, I'm new here, and I tune in. I'm onboarding. Sometimes we take a cigarette break, and I'll tune in, and I'll hear about Jackson's wrinkled shirt, and I'm all in. I'm all in.
How's the shirt look today? What are you wearing today? I can't even see.
The Sergeant Pepper Club? Lonely Hearts Club?
Beatles.
It's not wrinkled at all, I think.
No, there's a couple of wrinkles right around the collar, but we'll let it go.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's pretty good. Let it go. It's fine.
How many teams would have taken that the run that Mo had? I would say most. Not saying he didn't make mistakes, but this team since 2000 has the third most wins in the league. That's Eric Cleveland, and he is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. In fairness, for the purpose of the discussion, he took over in 2008, so he was not a part of the run from 2000 through 2006. But nonetheless, the tenure includes some really good teams in 2009 through 2015. And I think it's been colored by the last decade. And the last decade is a large amount of time. But I think that is when he... let me put it this way. And I know I've said this before for longtime TMA listeners, but some 101 listeners may not have heard this before, old school 101 listeners. Joe Strauss was like licking his chops, the former Post-Dispatch columnist, going into September of 2011, because I believe, and obviously can't speak for Joe with him passing away, but I believe he knew that La Russa was stepping down. And also, had the Cardinals not made the run that they made, keep this in mind, Mozeliak was in charge in 08. In 09, they won the division, but they didn't win any playoff games. 10, they didn't go to the playoffs. And 11, it looked like they were not going to the playoffs. So you have the Pujols situation, you have La Russa stepping down, which probably meant Duncan's going as well, and then Mozeliak. And the reason why Joe Strauss was licking his chops to see what would happen is he felt like the Cardinals were about to undergo a substantial rebuild. And when you think about it, if you're talking about Mozeliak being out, La Russa stepping down, Duncan joining him, and Pujols leaving, holy crap, what a moment in the organization's history. I mean, that is specifically on the timeline. And then they go on the run, and not only do they get into postseason, but they have the magical run through, from what my standpoint would be, was the best team in baseball in the 2011 Phillies, beating the Central Division winning Brewers and having the thrilling World Series. Everything changed. And so from that standpoint, Mozeliak then had the equity to, I think, have 16, 17, and 18 and keep his job. 16, 17, 18 were not disasters, but they were kind of middling. And Matheny was not a part of 2011. He started in 12. And I think had Matheny been the guy in 2011, I'm not sure he goes in 2018. And you might say, oh, my God, he would have. I think the DeWitts hold that winning a World Series in Mozeliak in high esteem, and I think that is why he got the equity that he got to kind of call his shot and exit when he wanted to, as opposed to getting whacked. It's my belief on that, and that's why 2011 is so significant on the Cardinal timeline, in addition to it just being one of the greatest moments in sports, much less in St. Louis sports.
You're saying they would have gone through a whole rebuild at that point.
And that's why Strauss, he goes, fans here, and because he also was anxious to see how fans would handle it, that this organization was going to do something that they had not done probably at that point. I guess going back to 95, you had Torrey getting whacked, Todd Zeile getting traded. Eventually, La Russa comes in, but you had the purchase from the brewery with the DeWitts. They hadn't had that happen, even though 97, 98, 99 were not good team seasons. It was the McGuire Carnival, so it distracted from that. That's why he's like, okay, this fan base, he goes, I've been covering the Orioles, been covering the Braves. This fan base has no idea what this is going to be like, and I can't wait to see how the fan base handles this. But then they win, and the game plan changes a little bit.
I would love
specifically to Mozeliak.
I'd love to know, because they're not prone to change. You still had Molina, Wainwright, Holiday. I can't see them making a major shift, but maybe.
No, I think what he was saying is Mozeliak was going to get whacked. That's to be
because
direct.
of the 8, 9, 10, like nothing really. 9, they won
8, 9, 10, 11.
And 9 they got in. They got in, but then they got blown out right away. So basically a 4-year run.
That's correct.
Of not doing much.
And again, I think knew that La Russa was stepping down.
It was
you
the
combine
time.
that with Duncan, and then you combine that with the Pujols situation, and you're also bringing in a new GM. You're talking about a shift. And yes, you have Molina and Wainwright.
So not a rebuild as much as a restart with new people.
Well, yeah, terminating, having a whole new front office and having a whole new dugout. And then, the second best or best, depending on your prospective player in franchise history, go into free agency, and the new GM having to handle that situation. So that guy comes in, and he's got to handle that deal. Fun in the sun. So David Freese did quite a bit. And of course, we know that because it led to a world championship, but it also played a role in the Cardinals not having the change in the front office.
Did Mozeliak make the trade for Freese, or was that Jocketty?
Mozeliak made the trade.
Yeah.
Traded Edmonds. How about that? Edmonds and Freese in the same deal.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it.
I would love to do a deep dive, find out a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Strauss's theory on that. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up the morning after. At InsideSTL.com is how you can participate in the conversation. Doug, Design Air is the sponsor. What do you know about Design Air?
Well, I know they fixed my run capacitor. Imagine my disdain when I came home Saturday and my run capacitor had run out. I had nothing. House got up to about 86 degrees. So what do you do when that happens? By now you should know. You call Design Air. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family-owned business. They will take care of you, even if it's on a weekend. They will get right out there. I got the dashing Steve out there on Sunday. He took quick care of it. Checked out the system, said, yep, it's the old run capacitor that keeps it running, and I needed a new one, and they got it fixed, and within 30 minutes, my air conditioner was fixed. It's the kind of work they do at Design Air. They've been doing it long enough, since 1904. They're also the longest-running sponsor on TMA. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis heat or the summer cold, or the winter cold, rather. They've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. So visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. You'll be happy you did. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904. And, of course, home with a handsome repairman featuring Larry, the Silver Fox.
Tim, Big Tough says, Martin, that's enough. Time for onboarding. Bring in KG. So I'm going to cede the chair to KG for the vote.
Wow, just
here.
like that. Big Tough is the chairman of the board.
Big Tough has kicked me out.
Martin is heading to onboarding because of the order of Big Tuft. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action today, trying to take the series against the Rockies. Michael McGreevy will take the mound for a 1:15 first pitch at Busch Stadium. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. 100 West Dental, longtime TMA sponsor. No dental insurance, no problem with 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on now that if you mention my name, you're going to get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. It's 100 West Dental. They're located on Manchester in Baldwin. No phone call needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. If you are sitting there saying to yourself, that's great, but I do not like going to the dentist's office, join a long line of people. But here is the reality. Dental health can impact the rest of your body's health. If you do not get checked up, you can open yourself up to problems. Get checked up. Do it with 100 West Dental and their new technology and new offices on Manchester and Baldwin, online at 100westdental.com. And again, if you're interested in Invisalign, use my name and get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100westdental.com. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, brother.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm so excited to win email of the day. It made me feel pretty, and I've never felt pretty. My only claim to fame was winning the 1976 Midwest Regional Mason Reese Lookalike Contest.
Oh.
Though and my grandpa Clyde always introducing me as his illegitimately born out of wedlock grandson to his poker buddies, and my childhood was rough. Doug, that comes from Midge.
Midge.
Yesterday's winner, 2 days ago, Midge won?
I believe so.
2 days
ago.
ago.
Days. Yeah.
Hey, guys, solid show today. The Mo interview. Fine. Martin and Doug did a great job of asking really bad questions so that Tim could shine like the sun. Second call.
Yeah, doesn't have as much gusto.
Yeah, I broke it.
But I think the best part of the show today has been Martin and Jackson's falling out. Jackson, did Martin not accept a foot rub, or was the rub not to his standards? Thanks for the entertainment. That's from the listener to be named later.
Listener to be named later.
Our alliance is as strong as ever.
Is that right?
Well,
I don't know. If you're watching on the YouTube, I think you see something totally different.
Hey, we know families fight.
Fourth grade cotillion last night at St. Alphonsus of the Blessed Eternal Salad Bar. And the place was a sea of Navy blazers and hey dudes, while us dads herded into small circles, nodding about the lost art of a firm handshake.
It's all too real.
Parker's dad posted up at the back of the room, pacing with the gait of a man whose wife once dated a man whose sister married a guy who slept with Gail Vulva in a playground fort. My neighbor swears she saw Parker's mom buying canned wine at Walgreens in yoga pants and heels. I'm not sure what's going on there. Bruxton and Declan's mom swept in late. Matt G-Wagon hazards flashing right outside the double doors. The boys cried all night because she wouldn't let them vape before the Grand March. Oliver's moms arrived in their third car, a Subaru Outback, limited edition, National Park sticker on the bumper. Oliver was decked out in more sequins than a Branson matinee show. Oliver's in sequins?
Oh, sounds like it.
Poor kid. His mom's moved as a unit with surgical precision. The bigger one.
His mom's, and one is identified as the bigger one. That's not right.
The bigger one had a tactical backpack slung over her shoulder. The other wore a Patagonia vest over a pressed Oxford, sleeves rolled up just enough to flex a watch, clearly designed for diving, but mostly used for monitoring sourdough proofing times. They both sported a first aid kit under their wide-leg slacks, just in case. And those wraparound sport sunglasses that live permanently on top of the head of guys who live in Oakville and installed chain-link fences for a living. Wow.
Very specific.
His mom was just sort of barked, "Posture, gentlemen, posture!" all night while eating croutons like sunflower seeds. That's from Riot's dad. Does every middle-class parent with a kid in Catholic school act this way?
Riot's dad. It's become a force.
And Doug, that's what we have for the Designer Heating and Cooling email of the day. The question that I have for you now is what you got.
Well, I'm going to go with Riot's dad. I thought that was a well-penned email.
I'm going to zag and go Midge.
What?
I liked Riot's dad.
Riot's dad is one of the Designer Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Riot's dad will be at the Stiefel Classic with VIP parking coming up in the month of September. How do you do? Doug, I'm going to head down the hallway and do the spread zone with Riz and Anthony Stalter, presented to you by FanDuel. Always awkward because of the radio wars.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of tension.
Very awkward.
Yeah. We don't talk during the breaks.
I wouldn't think you
like
would.
Letterman.
Yeah, it's like Letterman. Yeah, I got to go deal with that now with these guys.
David Letterman didn't talk between breaks?
He wouldn't talk with his guest during
with
the break.
anyone?
The reason he gave was he wanted it to be natural and organic on the air when he would learn of things. When he would go, how you doing? So he would hear what's going on. So then it wouldn't be super prepped like Conan O'Brien, for example, was known for that.
But usually the guest had to be called out before they started talking, right?
Well, if you had a two-segmenter.
introduced.
A two-segmenter.
Okay.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back here with more of the Late Show.
And then he just said cold,
CBS.
Stone-faced for 2
I
minutes?
just got Pavlov's dog super hard where Tim says time to take a break and my hands, without even me thinking, went right to the buttons.
Oh, it did?
Like there was no thought process. It just happened. That's wild.
Tell you how wild
We'll
was that?
explore that tomorrow.
We will, right at 7 o'clock here on 101 ESPN. Up next, BK and Ferrario. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Alvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.